We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Oh, there's some papa. Kasiabo, Kowaka Tamansa, Amaya Sa, Kwasi Aboagye,
Onye Yimu, Nukretrodo, Kamadine Kamadine Bo,
Nitafe,
Mayentie, Kwasi Aboagye 100.9.
Kwasi Bonkwe.
Thank you very much for tuning in to Neat 100.9. Today, Friday, 11th day of the month of March. Yes, yeah, Tnasi no pay and nay baby dinko, baby head near Koso, my Ghana mu. Yana Pajume dear Ghana Montie, Kwasi Aboagye, Mene, Chiamia, Metia Drum, Sabre, Mijremo, Jumediemo. Yaka gum ye umu akopim beye near Kwakwa Diahume. Anopeso saying an ensemble. Then Koso Ghana. Ye betcha ye and 7B our news online portals ye de no beba. Ya Neako Akoji de Bonkrata, the front pages of the newspapers. Then we'll join the news feed at exactly 6 this morning. We're grateful to the Lord Almighty. Say that's what I think we are doing. Right, so my first like I said from my peacefmonline.com ni other online portals. Ye no masina yenche and some senior city anopay and nefye Attorney General vehemently opposes Baka Vomawo's bail application. The Attorney General has indicated to the High Court in Tema that it is vehemently opposed to the motion for bail pending trial filed by #Fix the Country convener Oliver Mausi Baka Vomawo. Enti Attorney General said, "Wanono nyadi awopene so Tiebema Oliver Baka Vomao. Urei Bekaya hashtag fix the country. Wano NOA convener. Nansiya and Simbia or social media near Kaka is yay, Unyako Abe. And Timika said, yeah, Wama charging no treason fellow near Kahon. What that's true, Ejina court. Or Quaco pay bill. Bailey or Quaco pay. I'm saying here and here, Attorney General said, I be me man deal. Judgment affirming Deputy Speaker's right to vote was an open and shut case, says President Akufo-Addo. President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo has said he expected the Supreme Court to affirm the right of Deputy Speakers of Parliament to vote in Parliament, even when they are presiding as Speaker. Ama penny said, one way to the Bia, about constitutional matters, one person of Becca. But where do you pursue a Kebi? And you are to num to our dinner no to a judgment near course Supreme Court. And then an answer was oh no, I mean wait yes, this is no you be ya can't you ain't me be. Was he when you might continue cry cybre adaje any sikani yedi sadia way I see the Hanomo Pefe say Speaker of Parliament, Deputy Speaker, one more time, so I'm to me to abandon your account, but to Nimar Quintia near the Nam Supreme Court. And you under near G near Babato, Jano, Mampenina, Nado, Danko Akufo-Addo. Scores of pupils injured in train accident at Nuta Krade. Scores of school children have reportedly been injured in a train accident at Nuta Krade in the Western region Thursday. The victims are currently receiving treatment at the Nuta Krade Health Center. And Rabakwa Babeto Janacha said Nuta Krade Ewaye Western region Hornum saying as you cook for 3 Wamokofo and a 3 in Quenchia. Oh, I say more. And some of the doors, but my fan and so has say na make us say if you work with the attendance, Sansa Quabana from so attendance, I pay and nephew and 7 city or the Bancratano, Yan Kengum, Yan Famamu. Okay, young friends, 7 city, young quay, I don't pay.
Joe, Yamatia Fwachi be more now graphic the Bocrat, your Kurini Adishas here. But the Ghana man paying and now the Danko Akufo-Addo for you about Wajini go to Kama, Wajini go grosso, our da and mercy of Pejan and Satiano. Not just an hour Casa Sabro Mucha Vonino. That you all can not say, Supreme Court will send somewhere unity and Wabanua. Yes, deputy speakers, our more Rashibe drum, or bet me out to about a bromo at here, drum or more share, a man Rashibe Jano Aquaswano. Yes, so bet me at home and pay Akufo-Addo, way no constitution. It was sent a court to a car. Not just a true farm and at home, Quama be bien one more. A hoopy and answer a cheer will move. It to my peninsula of Washo, so court as he said, and say, will be a deputy speaker. I will Rashibe a few more. Will bet me at Waba. I will Rashibe drum and after so bet me 8 siege a year. I will Rashibe Jano this is in Biaron bet taking him no, or bet me adding who ashim. Grata croy yachim say, what a tiffy up way at Mantemu. Yadi a docket of 1 year to my 4 year Juma. I will appomodia Juman by a 10 airco, will be as a one go. Ogacha as a one was a meme, Quadani and Gamedia Jumana Tenefi. Amusi a nande on the she. Would you penny cautious a tiffy up way up paste reaching hall, and Yasam could talk to Amusio Dipedu, or mere medical officers, and Amusio Mo and Chrono. That was I am about to a Pesiano and penny fortune say. The Aka one or more my papa at a for, and went to my abas body to mediate Yamua. You are doing Kunim so che di mapano, Yamane car, a shine brand new up, genuine, authentic, ayente hokra, and the graphic the Bocratano Eka wasem.
Now, I tell you, the Bocratano Tressa, Speaker of Parliament, and the walker say, what Tressa Sana Nabedi a chile for me in Nubaya, first and deputy speakers in Nubaya, dear, one casa pound in deputy speaker. The deputy speaker and your friend Kofiato. Anuna the baka tetra abamba beyond this in or copa na bedi a tira when you are betting a mua, and 1 year for Niafa, wasa kwa appoint NDC ni owura Kofi Ato se wono ene wo meye deputy speaker emfama no wo mutra se wo bia wo peso wo yeku no ya manu ba bi kurant na brantie ya wo yeku ya to ne general tese woni fie bia wo Ghana ha wo kwa akosa ti wo mpo akwa nso ne ma the mobile phone so ekura no ya katra brantie si won unlock wo mi yense ebia eniama a wodi be yeku no wo phone no so a eno nso wo mabɔ a wasi wo mie MPP amanya ko no wo set records no straight e wa ha say deputy speaker e wo ho kwan so woto aba company na na do kire se nani ate ho pa the Supreme Court kan no ta na no wonim
na the Ghanaian Observer Democrats na mede eto so do ru adwomboadu fanyina ba eno o say police stations about where kwasoro wo MPP amayeko ni din mu no empelifo bi a wo mo edi dan no asem bi ahye mo munase a omo di sinkrofo bi kwan no ye betwe o maso pa ene ye spell kra ye be mambra no wadi woti mantem no opanyi no ye oswafo ni fanyini aba na wo chima no wo se wo no de bi omoka ena ku besie ene ye betu abaye guo ena Ghana beja betom ena osehwie omo ya atafo democracy ni papa enemies of democracy waso omo mpe democracy kura sankrofo no omo ye mambofo etini ko apose ye hwe ne ehwe omo sokura na wukọ adwoso asante mantema eje edem pipi amayekom se tie nie odumje adwuma kwadi kura po ntimi num no na anu na mabuna won mo no afrese twofo hie mo asate record straight eno mo chechire mu se te aka won no mo hwama ntokwa no aba no a aban krachi panyi edimu dindiman ena MD edima ECG wono so ka wo bi edi sani pamienu yi eno mo aye kosikọ no nkwa enu ogina kwantia ewo adwoso a omuma ntokwa ne ba dedu mu ntie fa so mo wey the Ghanaian Observer man peye kufa do kirem se brahye adwafo no sabi omo nsene se betia omo anaso omo nsene so be bibi amayaka ho asem edidi omo ani nya na court aka na pepepe ema obi ada enso so nkonkosi ba bia The Chronicle Democrats na mede eto so a na wo kirem se apiate ebra dynamite to ye na kro no adane amafu nipa nwotwe ena omo hwiro omo kwa ene empenifo ya mamre ne amane ya sese de ye wakopo mo kra bre ho sem wode aba onimonyafo Alexander Afenyo Markin edi atudwa atedom kuma ne se musude bepia na mo prepapa modwumu ho sese kire mi na de be so no court obu asra mo nyintum ye konkwa ye adwuma ne mo my Ghana eti The Chronicle Democrats anismene wode eba ye enono.
Abo Nusia. Ahaye Peace 104.3 FM. Okay, 101.7 NEAT 100.9. Ya worship house Wabeka Junction Accra. Hello 101.5 Wedum Kumasi. Oh my ma. Yama munyina chi. Ebredu say sama ya boa no Ghana has seen performance to the bremum. Na ye kase boy free Peace FM so sa no. And radio station se bro haso Ghana ni amono name. E ye live for hot digital radio so London. Rock FM Watakra de fella num tamale. Beyond no mo kwantane de obonyuma bebre so. Afa so ye live for social media ne so. Ye wo Peace 104.3 FM. And a Peace FM online, YouTube and so Shishayen, despite media. And some workers Sibon be and the same. Penina and Adanko Kufado say, the accord to can ye fat deputy speaker saw Twaba and I want to Abahonum. A your Maimra, a quarter cassia, and na aka it is set here no. Convener Emma Affirmative Action Bill as also the said to Rashebe January Mr. One Kent no one Emma Sa Emra Affirmative Action Bill no yenti minion tum entem. Ghana Revenue Authority at and pay one more crop for a year Juma internet so Wolfra say aje won eto epo ya ebe ye. Na 1 year enti o may mukra so wa Juma ba o may mo so what the one abata ho ebi. Yakwa amnonin semua ede etosudu sia wo Russia kwa wesai wo Ukraine so no edian e na ekro ensem bi ka wenom ho no mese ne koso say Peace FM no sia kasebo medi mo asede ma KK Pepra roofing say de yesi dan bosso ma ne ye fe ye nika eya kama kama bia eye KK Pepra KK Pepra ho no ɛdan ne si ahyase kosi na wie ye keke nie cement na wo peko keke pepra ho wote hɔ wonim dwom enim dwakɔ eti sɛ wɔkɔ akɔdi cement dwe ne sɛ cement no ebusu bebree kuro yim wanhwe ayi de 6 ada na 9 eti keke pepra enterprise no cement ɛyɛ quality ɛno na ɔkɔfa ba no aba beton de amanfo na wo de no to nkyɛn a iron rods binding wires ɛne ne nuanom a yɛde hyɛ dan ne siase nyinaa keke pepra wo bi na wapagya dan na si hɔ awie adu so bɔ no kane bi ne ade nua nko a na kuru so sese de asesa yɛde steel trousers ɛnadeɛ bi yɛ Ghana Standards Authority agye atum sɛ keke pepra deɛ ne yɛ guy wode pagya dan ne so bɔ ne wie a keke pepra hɔ no a ne nkyɛnse na ɛde kuru dan so papa bi yɛfrɛ no supreme coated amanse nyina mu supreme coated na yɛ number 1 keke pepra ɛso so ne number 1 ɔde abɛdom yɛ Ghana ha ɛso no ɛnyɛ trotrotro ɛyɛ resare bi saa ɛna nkyɛnse no abɔse ne kala no ɛnsesa ɛmpɔ ɛmpa ɛnwe naache ɛmadam mu yɛ nwunu na sɛ wode supreme coated yi bi bɔ dan so a efie no anim nyam no ɛno nko ayɛ asɛmua eti hwɛ bi akyi akwa fi sɛ saa bra me ne wo kasa yi keke pepra se esuo no nanu ya de yɛ tɔɔ na ntimi andondon fam enti wonim sɛ fam wɔden wɔde ne mfaso no akyɛ wɔde 10% discount ato nkyɛnse ɛne steel trousers a obi ba bɛtɔ ɛwɔ keke pepra roofing keke pepra so yɛ carpenter ni wo yɛ building engineer wana wusu fie now de oba bepe nkyɛnse adi kuru dan so supreme court adi bia 10% discount na twɛn wudi obi anim crowd ne ba so wo hye eti kokuma se fa de mamponten kwan mu adentan do akwan mu akakra no adu amrahia toll boot ana nkane se kwan mu keke bepra e wo doburo ubowura hɔ no mu a nkyɛnse papa ye ka ho asɛm ye di kuru dan so yi ubenya wo kyɛfa e wo mu ɛyɛ afre 0244 912100 0244 912100. You crowd this way chocolate drink. And a pedi and Eddie. Check it, woman. I this way, dear, uniasem, uni how. If you say, Coco so fast or pay one way, yama yenipedia, yama yapomudain, a boy ye did you. Nina be or this way no more preco. Ya the milk near such enough father than Tina Fee and I'm a quantity as a chileca cramame. I'll quite a chilebek part de be a home bachelor would there be. Told this way preco be beer woman dada, do here come any sushi. And Macrada Roma and Majeja Edinusia Cassibo Ebremu. Midin Nana ya kunedu Afrika sebonu musimni Omampedi na nadu dankwa kufuado nense ntwerefo akasa ewo Dubai Expo 2020 no ase enra na kasa mu no di to jase nanu kwada match de toso nkrom atemu nu a Supreme Court de ba ye efa deputy speaker ho so to aba ema ne yeyie no eye oman mra no na akasa na se oman ne mra ne yenti bibia ase a ba bia ye kokko penchiremu eye court ba tan Supreme Court e ho so na nchiremu no aba editu nkonkotwere de twere na afenti asenya adwuma woni a atemu ye chi aso omadwunum da so mo kesene no omampani na nado say so wo ba ye district level abato a ye to assembly no mumpo a presiding members here wa assembly mu no wo mo to aba if you say wo mo nyina na e ka bom asigina enti de ba ye no se be wia no.
Our speaker is expressly not a member of the assembly. That's why he doesn't have the right to vote. In fact, he really ought not even to participate in the deliberations of the House. He's a referee, making sure that the debate is conducted properly and the rules of procedure, of the orders of the House are complied with. That's his role. But he ought, strictly speaking, not to be part of the proceedings of the House. That is not the case with the deputy speakers. And that matter is transparent on the face of our Constitution. Indeed, even the presiding member of our district assembly have the right to vote. Look at the district assembly law, because they are members of the assembly. And once you are a member of the assembly, you're representing certain constituency. If you are denied the right to vote, it will mean it is tantamount to denying the right of the people you represent to have a say in the decision of the assembly. That would not be right. So I couldn't understand what all of this furore and controversy that was artificially generated. We're being told that the decision of the court amounts to judicial interference in the work of Parliament.
Amampeni na nadu dan kwakufu adu amanu anso ho wacheche mu de akyere se omanyi emu no ye wo court ye watemu adwuma eho enemra enkyekiremu efriba etisa emra enkyekiremu no aben omanfo ehunu se tade emra ne tie no eno ahum waye enaba.
As a rule, I've made it a point since I became president, as much as possible, not to comment on constitutional issues in the country. I think people who are students of our constitutional law, our constitutional jurisprudence, are very much aware of the role that I played when I was a barrister in helping define some of its basic principles of interpretation. And I think that now I become president, if every time there's a constitutional matter I'm heard to pronounce on it will give the impression that I'm setting myself up as what, some sort of rival Supreme Court. And I've been very reluctant to do that for that reason. I think the body that the Constitution has set up to be responsible for declaring the meaning of the Constitution, interpreting and enforcing it, is the Supreme Court, is the judiciary, with the Supreme Court at its apex. And as a matter of good governance, it's better that that body, which has been given this exclusive power, is the one that is heard on constitutional issues.
Amampeni na nadu dan kwakufu adu ewo atemu no eba na nu kwada efa deputy speaker betimi ato abamra shebedwam ho no eno na yeti yin convener Emma affirmative action bill eye rashila menka premu One centrafo akasa one centrafo nhemu a wohehye ye ase de etwe omenya dwene de asisusu yahodo no de primpuntu sustainable development goals na ye hwese bedun cafe 2030 no na anya hwe no oman Ghana ye dada brabomu ema anya hwe kremu ohanchemu aduanan de wanya adwuma bi ana dibre bi anaso asodie bi a da won so de ye adwuma de aboa oman no won hyehya hodo ya eboa ema enipanyi yimu na bi etoda ye yeditia ema ebetimi afri home na eho na mameshla menka pramu cheche mu de akere se wode adesrade to Ghana tena kunya cabinet no enim se eni die mu ara sadansa yemu wo mo pachew affirmative action bill no a aba be pie rahye bedwamu no wo mo modin asa afi we se die afi die ebekwa wie ne etimi aye ho adwuma na emra ne fa bi eye dada setene sikasemu yedie enwomasuamu hyehyeye niema etwachia etia emma eno na affirmative action bill no ehwe ho asem akam eti Ghana ha sei wogina article 17 ne dwesu etoso 9 article 17 subsection 4 1992 constitution so na kasa efa ho Wachem say affirmative action bill yi yeji etumu a emo de beboa omayin kan kro de bebada sabra bomu no doso na ye frase tintim ye ho ade ache na akoda ni wiase afi 2011 ye wa afi 2022 emrei eda so konkon ho enu nti na wo sresem se Ghana ha sei emma doso sene mema emma wo my Ghana mu bro hanche mu aduonum dia na se ye kase oman dada brabom eni dibre kuramu adwuma yemu ni ade emma ye womu a wanu duru bunum ayo hachemu edunum pedia na ade na twachia enti no omo sese affirmative action bill no yenhwe ho asam na yenyintum ntem
enti affirmative action bill na ye ho adwuma no emre bia Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection na ye ho adwuma o ma ye san hyehyɛ no based on constitution no any Ghana na obligation ye pese say wo mu sati ho adwuma no a check 2011 ti ye sre aban say ombo ho no munye ho adwuma ntem se ne be sa sam ma no ebeba if say United Nations wo mu just say itimi ye ho adwuma na itimi akodu ho ti ye bo ho deru say ye ma sa emre ye adwuma it say o cabinet so munye ho adwuma ntem na fi wo mfa nko parliament so wo pass na emra se ne be sa ye betimi increase emma empenye ahoro nye ho adwuma na emra no entimi emma ansana afi etwa
Rashila menka premu ya convener affirmative bill and as affirmative action bill coalition nene ena yeti yeyi Ghana Revenue Authority adanhyehyɛ bia di ya Ghana fo wo fie ne wone wa kwantum ne wone a wonwuma enam ewiem ntentan ne so digital na atwi sika eba enyina so ye be frase age wonto epo ne de di nkan afi 2022 mu ekro ejesha GR for ISM wo de tre won pe wa mu no atimi agejeje to ne dodo afri ba bia wo so mo gibi free bia na fi susu dua no ede ama wo mo a eye 80.3 billion no wo mo atimi akodru ho na no ho ana Commissioner General Ghana Revenue Authority Reverend Dr. Amishadai Owusuamwa achechemu de achese wo mo ye adwuma e wo online no so wo Ghana ha so wo amonone adwuma na dwesuo wa ha na so se ne funuma e wo amonone se etoba ye die mu nkoa de eto no ye behwe agigibim we kire se atnaye bi wo internet so to say Google, Netflix, Facebook, Amazon any de tete se ne nyina Ghana be frase age wo mo eto wo se sa digital tax no wo mo hwe kwan se eno so beba beboa na yetimi afa ekwan we so aboa masika ye de ye oman ne yie no yensa etimi aka
man do honso anipa na ede ma ayeto no omonye nipa omo eye base ewo Ghana enso no omo trade ewo Ghana sufficiently ntini aye ne say yakiri system ni abema wo mu nyina ba bia wo bia opese wo trade wo Ghana no opese wo register you say wo your transaction bia na tax also wo tua no na yetumi ama wa file na wa tua a system such a way say and found be kan wo say ye wo America so wo China once I say be it me to what the free Ghana ne dia yes also tia tax I was say almost I ton wo shop no so no etia no e wa ha it is our platform na ya say no until they say fee and ekwe ya launch no platform ya open the fee na ko si 1st February no ye ma kwan say bia wo bia na ye be yes campaign no
Anuachi Reverend Dr. Amishadai Owusuamwa achechemu de achese software developers no wo ni edi ho nkita ho ama wo ye application ahodo ye beboa mo masenke ade na mo synchronize wo maka de ne de aba be hye de enum na watimi ade abunkonta ne kama ade aboa ama ohuto pote ya satan ya ahodo nyina ebetua
to be so make sure so what register from 1st April no now transactions bia no so fias now file ye ni Central Bank IS sheye you bit me admia kwan ho bit me ablock wa payments no erenko so we compliant enti no once we start and we put the compliance measures and you can what say is the compliance is by design this ni aye no one I say who says how person who trading and how person you to what they online if you Ghana there there was so make sure say why you compliant online idea Facebook, Netflix, Jumia and was Alibaba, Amazon nina
Oni Petini ni Commissioner General Ghana Revenue Authority Reverend Dr. Amishadai Owusuamwa Enra MPP amanyo kotra for John Boadu friends and trefo nhemu e de nsem to dwafa bato no moto ye e wo polling stations ahodo e sha se February de to so dunkrom na kwa wie march de to so enum no emum e bra trefo John Boadu e kasade afa abato nhehye ye no ho no wo kyese wo mahudi akoso nyina ba bi ba ko mienu bi ho no a ho ye nkrofo anhye dan ni mmra so ebi dia da patwa ebi so ekoye atwede toto ne akutukubo ne nyina ya dia party mpanimfo ehunum na ose party ne ye party di mmra so na wode subampane ahohyeso na ye adwuma eti wo montra se emanipa ba ko mienu bi emese di mpa no eti wo nam kwampapa ya party ne hyehye wo mo aye supporte behwe na se nipa yi a na epenim guase de ama party na ba beje ono kwa momo no ye de wonom ebefa so John Boadu asa chechemu de akyesem party ne mmra no ene hyehye no omde ye ho adwuma no emfa ho ne de wote enye hwehwe ni mu enye yi mu eti ombema no aye adwuma frenchem sekwan bi so yesi obi kwan amanu nti ebre wo so okokonya nomination form say polling station na wode kokoto eho aba amemusa na say ni kunu betimi the petition akwa mampanifo e wo regional na say national secretariat na wakwa gene form mpo afri ho.
The party so far is still monitoring the conduct of the polling station elections held across the country. We have observed with grave concerns and revulsion the pockets of disturbances, including some cases verbal attacks and physical confrontation witnessed in some of the constituencies. Without mincing words, the party once again condemn all such unfortunate acts and misconducts which have sought to bring the name of the party into disrepute. As a disciplined and law-abiding political tradition, we expect all our members to use the party's laid down grievances and dispute resolution procedures to seek amicable resolutions to their grievances rather than resorting to such unorthodox means which only brings embarrassment to all of us.
Anwachi Rajon Bodwa Sachim de Chess party ni yenhye the nomination forms no ekwo baby wo se bi krobia no mo sansumpo the aduonum 25 and ekwo polling station bia eti obi ntimi nyina koti anka se odu ha na asa na asa na asa kura hye na no ka no ho ana betimi akọ region akwakofa.
The party made adequate preparation for the exercise and also made available nomination forms. At least 25 nomination forms were sent to each polling station across the country. So the argument cannot be made that there were shortages of nomination form, but the desire on the part of some party officers and members to honor these rules and regulations in breach rather than in observance. In the specific case of disturbances witnessed at Formina, including painting of the party office with NDC colors, the party takes serious view of this gross misconduct, which is not only reprehensible, but an affront to the very dignity and existence of the party. Accordingly, the party is taking immediate steps to expel all the persons behind this ungodly act from the party, of course, through due process.
MPP amanyokuo twerɛfoɔ Owurajon Boaduni na wotie ye gyina we so ahomeka sebo so ato aboafo nkra ye ba ye kɔ Ukraine ne Russian sensemu. The Amoka Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Home or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwo.
Brand Ben Alpato, Samsung, Nokia, Media, Apple, Nasco, Infinix, Huawei, TCL, Skyway, West Point, Senis, Nina Iwobi.
TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dia. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokumemle.
CCTV a Boama monitor of properties any business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV need the home. Ewo detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Ultimate connector my phone. Our monitor baby awo wiasibia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner Ejosua Hodwa or ton phones any home accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 and 02079373323 and now so Brako Komemle City Light in Chehwa. Na ya can discount any achadia ubetiasie.
Freddy's Corner,
home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
Sometimes you just need that chilled freshness without having to go through all that hassle.
So fresh fruit drink.
Available in a wide variety of fruit blend choices and ginger too. Want another name for refreshing? So fresh.
Yes, I love it so fresh. Perfect blend of flavors. Oh yes. Yes, I love it so fresh.
Best served chill. Available virtually everywhere. Chairman General says so.
Yes, I love it so fresh. Drink.
Wakoma ho hyehyɛ ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a ɛde na sɛ wo ye na sɛ wo yam so atim so
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt tetira kwai entem ehwie nsu agu glass mu ate Martin's liver salt no ba ko no na wo de agum
wo be hu sɛ ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonu mu a ho beto na mum edi na anu na ho ntɔwo a ko hu doctor
Amen.
Yenim samu busase nije asene saying.
Aseɛ ne sɛ wɔde army na gyina nsani ani ɛwɔ herbal ayaresa mu bio na nkunimdie adansidie na aseɛ ɛne abasobɔdeɛ nko ara sɛ wɔn nso wohwɛ apɔmuden mu ahotɔ a wɔde abere amanfoɔ ɛfiri yɛn tiri so ɛkɔsi yɛn naaseɛ ɛhi na yadeɛ hyɛ a army nhu ɛnsaw yadeɛ wɔde ne nnuro ne abɛɛfo mfidie akyi yadeɛ no kunu one time.
Army ɛde herbal akɔ modern wɔ sign de naturopathy ɛne homeopathy kwan ɛko yɛn nyarewa.
Sɛsɛyi sukuufoɔ firi amanɔne bɛsua ɛkwan a yɛde herbal sɛ yadeɛ ɛwɔ army.
Wɔn nyinaa nti ɛna yɛde anigyeɛ fɛfɛ mo sɛ sɛ wɔɔpa awoɔ yareɛ bi hyehyɛ wo ho anaa yareɛ bi abɛgye akonnwa wɔ nipadua mu a Allahu Shafi onyame ne yaresafoɔ inshallah ɛnyame adom a ayaresa bɛba.
Army wɔ dɔme wɔbɛ old snake flat
Ultra modern branch wɔ Klagon Tama Road frɛ 020-722-9505 ɛna 0245-275254. Amen Scientific Herbal Hospital.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM.
and rip off the knob.
Afei amnoni nsɛm ɛde ɛtɔ so do nsia ɛwɔ ko a Russia fo akosai ɛwɔ Ukraine so nom Ukraine mampani Volodymyr Zelensky ayɛ video ɛde abɛkasa de akyerɛ mansan sɛ Russia gyina baabia kasa wɔn Ukraine foɔ ayɛ akodeɛ yɛ di awu a na wɔboa wɔsɛ sɛ Russia foɔ gyina saa asɛm kayɛ no aso so na wosane akodeɛ yɛ a edi awuo ɛde ba ɛbɛgu Ukraine so a ɛne ɛde ɛbɛbɔ ɔmo nso so no setienie na ɔmanma ɛmoanim sam sɛ ho yɛyɛ ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ Ukraine mamu yɛ fi Russia foim ɛyɛ atrapo UN ahyia wɔ ho mpanimfo bebre akasa de afa ho enempo a yɛkasa sɛ Russia foɔ afrɛ sɛ UN foɔ ne wɔn ntena se na wɔn fa ho adwen etu wɔn bɛyɛ emergency meeting ne bi a wɔde Russia foɔ na ɛsrɛ sɛ mpanimfo mmra na wɔn mmra mɛtena se ɛbre korɔ no ano efoni yɛ di ahim wɔ wiase nyinaa kyerɛ sɛ yɛkasa Russia sojafoɔ nom wɔn de ne nkakra agye Ukraine wɔn agye abɔso mpo ani ama sɛ deɛ kwayem Ukraine kwaya ahodoɔ mu mpo wɔn akɔ akotitim wɔde kwaya mu to nkyɛn a wɔn kuro pɔn Kiev nso akasɛyi na gye sɛ kuro na ba bɛda wɔn abam ɛna Ukraine mampani san so kyerɛ mu bion de kyerɛ sɛ Russia for ɛnyae deɛ ɛkokɔ ɔkɔso yi na ɔmo ma nipa ewu ɛkɔm ɛto sɛ nipa sɛdeɛ sɛ mantam ne bi ɛte sɛ Mariupol ɛne ade ɔmo ntimi nya aduane ɛnkɔ hɔ no mu a ɛkɔm ɛto sankrofo esansɛm asogyafoɔ no akɔgya kɛntɛn so a na ɔde ɔhaw kɛseɛ ɛna ɛbrɛ ɔmanfoɔ yɛ a ɛwɔ Ukraine man no emu yɛhwɛ enei mpanimfoɔ nhyia mu no deɛ ebefiri mu aba yɛma etiefoɔ aso ensi kasebo no asi medin nana ya kunedu medi mo ase dem akeke pepra roof na ho na esi dan kru so na ye fe na fie ne nya nmonyam ene yi mede ko roof no ho what the supreme coated roofing sheet papa bia amansan mu ene te so na aba amadam ye nwunu eye fe enwe na achi empo na saudi bow dan so a efie no animonyam no jai eba steel trousers na de pagya dan ne so bɔne so a eye keke pepra ho a o etikɔ na kokɔ pebi or ma 10% discount we carpenter we building engineer we fiewura se de abode obi ankɔ no nkokonya le hye keke pepra okumase fa de mamponten kwam adentan dodo akwam akakra na waduru amrahia tolboot ho ena okumase na nkrankwa mu so doburo ɛhɔ na behu keke pepra 0244 912100 0244 912100. Yekra this way chocolate drink. Koko so mfa so kan anopei de ohia ka ho a eni suhie. Mema mo nyina achi.
Atankonwa prenu fo na Kwasi Aboagye darling boy ensem hudo mu adintadua eyi ekugu ewiem a inya nusa Ghana Montie efi Neat FM so Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie all the sampa I see a ball I got to monster am I yourself Kwasi Aboagye onye yim no great no come again Kwasi Aboagye 100.9.
Esi Monkwe.
Utie Oha Extra Punk no. Needs FM.
Hey, and what do war? Odo will be beer of the BM. Shani Jenny Afefedia Nina Fili wo HD Plus so. Yes, you do freni. Nanso entesa wo HD Plus so. Wodo busumi wemo. Ye chere wodo srunkwanka sa. Wodi weni be hunu se echegu fili. Wo crystal clear pictures mu. Eni da hokai. HD Plus ana. Wodo fi ankasa. Emanye world class TV viewing experience ni za ho. Commodity TV dealer ana electroland shop BM. Na beka HD Plus ebusiano hu Sia. Shiawodo wo HD Plus so. HD Plus, the Philly experience.
Utie Oha Extra Punk no. Needs FM.
At the work of Fiaman Homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Yes. Yasan Abaye twaso anope yakofa e kasi abono ewie. Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedie na fie eye match ne de to so ye edubako. Efremi Kwasi Aboagye mi na di Jumedie onchiame mi nuanom mienu nso eka me ho a mbeboa wo mo bekenkan. De bon krata na anope ensem na ewe nim ne emu nyina de amaye. Pabna afu ne ekweje wa akodi atena se. Wajin chere so betimi dia fire WhatsApp line no it was 0503721744 no pay need 100.9 ya no pejumedie Ghana Montie.
I thought you wanted to raise any legal issue, but other members, here's my ruling. I have not heard anything here today which was not discussed yesterday. All the arguments that have been made were practically the arguments and the issues raised and discussed contained in my ruling yesterday. A few matters, though, which I wish to clarify. First, it must be clear that a deputy speaker is not a speaker. Indeed, Article 96(1). Article 96(1) of the Constitution says, and I quote, there shall be 2 deputy speakers of parliament who shall be elected by members of parliament from among members of parliament. And if you contrast that with Mr. Speaker is not a member of parliament. I am a member of parliament. The Honorable Second Deputy Speaker is a member of parliament, and our role is to assist the Speaker in managing this house. So, any attempt, any attempt to read, I'm not a member, if you don't keep quiet, I will be forced to ask you to leave. Any attempt to read and interpret the Constitution of Mr. Speaker to include the deputy speakers is a misreading and a misapplication of the Constitution. But when Mr. Speaker is not available, either of us will preside on the House. So can any other member, if necessary. Any other member can be elected by the House to preside. That member does not lose his right to be a member of the House. That is what they say. Honourable members, when it comes to the question of voting, it is very clear. Anytime any of the deputy speakers or any other member elected to preside is in the chair, that member does not vote. That has never been in dispute. Anytime a member is presiding, either the deputy speaker or a member who by necessity is elected from among members to preside, that person does not vote. He's debating. We are debating. Who was that? Shut up! You should shut up, brother. Who was that? Can the messenger find that person and walk him out? Manu, we are ruling. Manu, we are ruling. Farouk, please. Sit down, sit down. Speaker, rule quickly. Honourable members, I'll continue with the ruling. The debate on Article 102 and 104 has been made, and it is not new. I was here on this side of the House when the matter relating to Aboagye referred to and repeated by the Speaker was made. The first ruling was made by Honourable Martin Odro, the then First Deputy Speaker. It's related to the Bank of Ghana Act, which we had ruled. We had voted. The members in the minority were more than the members in the majority. But when you add the two together, it did not add to 1/2 of the members. And so the presiding deputy speaker then said that vote is invalid. Those on the minority challenged it. But when Mr. Speaker, Honorable Aboagye came, he explained that he referred to the constitutional provision to justify that unless 50% or more were in the House, the vote was invalid. That has been stated and over again. But members refer to, the applicants refer to Article 104 and say that unless otherwise provided. Yes, let's go to Article 104. Article 104, it says voting in Parliament. It should be differentiated from 102, which says quorum in Parliament. 102 says quorum in Parliament. 104 says voting in Parliament. And that is the interpretation given by the Honorable Doajaho, Right Honorable Doajaho. So a clear distinction has been set out and it is on record in this House. Again, when members argue that except otherwise provided in the Constitution, it is clear that it is provided for in Article 2912, where it is required that a decision be made by 2/3 of members. It doesn't mean that we should go to the quorum for. So, honorable members, let me put on record that I am a member of Parliament. I was counted
because there's a motion
and
that was suspended in this house. But what are you doing? You don't rule on it. We have to take a decision.
I did not vote.
Tell me in the standard of what is
therefore the application.
He cannot
the
rule.
request, the
He cannot rule on
application.
that is before the house. No. How can he rule on the motion? He cannot rule on the motion before the house. How can he rule? So as the standard order.
First of all, by saying that as a rule, I've made it a point since I became president, as much as possible, not to comment on constitutional issues in the country. I think people who are students of our constitutional law, our constitutional jurisprudence, are very much aware of the role that I played when I was a barrister in helping define some of its basic principles of interpretation. And I think that now I become president, if every time there's a constitutional matter I'm heard to pronounce on it, it will give the impression that I'm setting myself up as what, some sort of rival Supreme Court. And I've been very reluctant to do that for that reason. I think the body that the Constitution has set up to be responsible for declaring the meaning of the Constitution, interpreting and enforcing it, is the Supreme Court, is the judiciary, with the Supreme Court at its apex. And as a matter of good governance, it's better that that body, which has been given this exclusive power, is the one that is heard on constitutional issues. And that's the reason why I've not been open or vocal on constitution. But I think this one, I feel strongly that I should make some comment. Firstly, the noise that was generated on this, at the time I was extremely surprised because as far as I can see it, and I think the Supreme Court has confirmed it, the matters involved in this thing are open and shut. They're black and white. There can be no dispute about the issues that the gentleman took to the Supreme Court. It is there for anybody who wants to see. In Articles 102, Articles 104 of the Constitution makes it absolutely clear in black and white that the deputy speakers, I'm not speaking of the speaker, I mean the deputy speakers, when they're presiding, have the right to participate in the vote of the Parliament. The whole structure of the Constitution, and indeed, and I believe that would have been part of the reasoning of the court, all the legislatures of the world, where the presiding person is a member of the legislature, like our deputy speakers are, like the Speaker of the House of Representatives in the United States, or the President pro tem of the Senate in the United States, or the Speaker of the British Parliament. All of those have the right to speak because they are members of the Assembly. Our Speaker is expressly not a member of the assembly. That's why he doesn't have the right to vote. In fact, he did really ought not even to participate in the deliberations of the House. He's a referee, making sure that the debate is conducted properly and that the rules of procedure, the orders of the House are complied with. That's his role. But he ought, strictly speaking, not to be part of the proceedings of the House. That is not the case with the deputy speakers. And that matter is transparent on the face of our Constitution. Indeed, even the presiding members of our district assemblies, they have the right to vote. Look at the district assembly law, because they are members of the assembly. And once you are a member of the assembly, you're representing certain constituencies. If you are denied the right to vote, it will mean it is tantamount to denying the right of the people you represent to have a say in the decision of the assembly. That would not be right. So I couldn't understand what all of this furore and controversy, it was artificially generated. We're being told that the decision of the court amounts to judicial interference in the work of Parliament. I'm not quite sure that the people who are saying this have actually taken the time to read the Constitution of our country. It says so in black and white. The legislative power of Parliament that is vested of the state, which is vested in Parliament, is subject to the provisions of the Constitution. All organs of the Ghanaian state, including me as the head of the executive, we are all subject to the teachings of the Constitution. There's no body in the Ghanaian state that is above the fundamental law of the land. It would lead to the very matter that we have striven so long to avoid, the concentration of power, of unregulated power in our state. We don't want that. We've had that experience before, and we brought about this constitution in order not to allow that to reoccur. So I'm astonished about how much public energy has been wasted, I would say so with the greatest of respect, been wasted in an area, on an issue where there is so much clarity. And I'm happy that the court, and I'm sure as you're aware, the Supreme Court, when it is declaring the meaning of the Constitution, and it does so unanimously, that is the most emphatic way in which the court can pronounce. And it is, I believe, a decision of 7 of the judges, and a unanimous decision declaring what the constitutional position is. We have an opportunity now to put this matter to rest and continue with the work of our Parliament and the work of the ordering of our state. But as I say, I suspect that it is this peculiar position which we are with this very hairline majority in the Parliament that has given rise to all of these disputations and people making claims that are completely beyond the teachings of the Constitution and our understanding. But now that the Supreme Court has pronounced, I think what is required is for the nation, all of us, to put that matter behind us and to do our work. To suggest that somehow or other the Parliament is beyond the scrutiny of the Supreme Court when issues of interpretation is to suggest that Parliament is a law in itself. The whole principle of judicial review was developed by the judges, both in America and in England, to be able to check the activities of Parliament. Indeed, in our own country, the first major constitutional case which looked at the work of Parliament was in the case Tufo and the Attorney General, where the act of Parliament, the decision of the Parliament to subject the then Chief Justice, the late Frederick Kwasi Apalu, to a vetting process in Parliament, had been expressly forbidden by the Constitution. And that is the reason why Dr. Maku Tufo, the late Dr. Maku Tufo, unfortunately, took the matter to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court made it quite clear that all the activities of all the institutions of our republic that impugn, that violate the Constitution, are subject to the powers of the court and to the declarations of the court. Me, I want to repeat it, President, head of the executive, I am subject to the Constitution and to law. I cannot set myself above it. Everybody has his remit, but those remits are subject to the operations of the Constitution. And I'm happy that the Constitution has been so declared in such an emphatic manner by the Supreme Court. Let's support the Supreme Court to continue to do its work. And I'm hoping that I'll not have an occasion again to pronounce on constitutional matters.
Well, and you know, Yaba Mama pay battle brof Kasim, Panchemi. And pay a bebo modia, Median Conavi, the near to me church, San Semi Nina. Yedi Kami boy, first deputy speaker, a fear Chemui. Mrashebe Jim, send me an order to Ja. And I'll tell you, my penny and other Danko Kufado, me born in the UAC. Me Mama Kwabe, Ghana Montie need 100.9. Del Bon Cratano, a bread do see a bear and some senior city away nim. The Kiana Kwabana coming home, Yanyan Seminole Senior City, the front pages of the newspapers on the pay, Yanko.
Shows the Chronicle, the Bocrats, and a day to us one now watch them one appeate. I know at your man table bear bogo swan and mobi. Dynamite at 2 year ma a chrono adane amanfono. Nipan watchi a sure monkwa wum. Na empenify a mambrane a money upon mokra bra. O share the Chronicle, the Bocrats, and any more. Ya do a moon for ye abba. Or baba con a cajon. A sukono makra baduma. Esu eka wo bi omo maka nyina eye memma arehopa Ghana mampanyi na nadu dakwa akufuado ekasa na wo kire mu se eye Supreme Court gyinasi a wasi se obi ya chiamenyi abedi akire ewo mrahye bedwam na wote adwam ehwe ama mrahye bedwa no adwuma akoso a obetimi ato aba na afesu obetimi akan no edi akagyinasi omasi ne ho no edane kwa mu pepepe na mrahye bedwa no sabi Omo emro atenetene ne so ewo court a eho ansem wode ababetu edwa.
So ye kwa mano so na yakwa akodi nkomo enra eye amanyekuo domkuma ni okasama omo efra no eye apomudi ho nsem ede nsem bi ede tudwa na ye ko na ye ne akwa akodi nkomo wo sanso ye ranking member ewo Parliament Health Committee Nasim Odetu, a finance minister, has not paid NHI levies collected since July 2021. She said, Sika a finance minister J a few chemunu, Sika Nenko NHIA, Yanko Jing and Chichim. Aba kind of that's more about a neat FM so pay. So, and some of the 2J and pay a percent Yantiasia, a womupa. So, no kurase a finance minister. Wajiji NHI sikaya enko sene sese embrano kire sese kono asem ni kire mu pa
waji anpay emawachi
yes
ade ba ko a mai entu ko enese semba ko the problem bi ba nkameni say problem dey inevitable the ba na say ye solve a ni ehia nyansa free nka yeko ade e bi si ene no ocha isi ocha chi da bia ni bi da fa ebe ka wa sama national health insurance asami anyway the room come more pay double 20 times and the same problem all the time but my COVID-19 call you you can say the apumu
but ayana say ye obeka say ko
yes I so I no ade ba ko am say Aboagye ewo bidumem mu ne ewia na ebo ha no Aboagye nti kopo kakra cases in kopo kakra pe ye yi aso ye de
okay
COVID ne ba ye no e de so papa bim e bai so apumudifo no e ma analysis na say enya bad e timi me ebo ye ho ban if ya ye bebre for example cholera say cholera say no 2020 to 2020 nina or from kwa oh I don't even know come that
okay
but the American is National Health Insurance Act 2020. Where your first one, basically the above National Health Insurance Scheme. Maybe Sano, and so when they will talk at the month, I'm rather home, the get fund. And you're afraid now buying the physical baby at the other side. No, Nisica, and your bossy and your coji. Who Aboagye say the in bleed will sue, who tell you an equana. National Health Insurance Levy. The manager says, Minister for Finance, Obeshe, Obi that's getting in a 20 in a. In this case, the GI reform at the GCN we are. Manager said, within 30 days, the Koto National Health Insurance Fund in the move. The Koto National Health Insurance Fund in the more. Authority I had disbursement at the amount one more claims abano. See, if the schedule every 30 days, I didn't think there was a yedeka over 9 months. Now, idea the secret I was idea with Mooney say, and I'm so mine no any secantino. Then go to consolidated funds in more. Now, I buy the idea your pay. The pressure be say ya see I shall say amount of bano. I feel enough by the physical baby at the other name. Man, the clear. Section 52(1) 52(2). And yet clear and non-ambiguous. Non-ambiguous. I didn't. And now I was a course I said, yeah, no. The service providers no air can say, mobile withdraw most services. Aboagye, and then we are service of the impreded. Yeah, Aboagye.
In fact, you said, who can so mobile withdraw my services? Just said, me NHI be NHI card no co hospital. One more ye, and I saying pa.
Ah, no, catch and carry. You could only scar. Almost a call. You could only scar. You go. Name really, you woman. What you mean? You go to also put off fuel. Oh, I mean, you buy things. No how. Yeah, born from 2021. That means I'm read. The PNU born costs more than 40% in this country. The PNU. But you tell me one. On average, the PNU born costs. So the increase. One list no nyama was so the increase price in impact. Na krana. No. Don't do it 9 months. I did not see to me yet. Last 3 months, last 4 months, no. That's the kind of to me yet. I didn't end it. Meanwhile, I could just kind of for being come. The better than run office, South Facility. Then, never be anybody so to a Bruno. And then it was my couture do that very fast. Meanwhile, she can be after a while by a best source about physical betrayal. Yes, she can the attitude. No boy. And now, Aboagye what you be me much being so young fan to home. Ah, young fan say, oh, yeah, dear. Now they have power branches are buying for physical bears are deal with. Yes, I don't know what I yes, I don't know, yes, sir. I mean, just you. When you have a power choice, yes, you can as if would they get you up? Yes, you have a power choice, Sabi, and ya, or he may be a yes, someone on the echo choice on a man. You may, I didn't hear press. Sir, why are we suffering like this in the country?
Yeah, so try the Nasa and Banner Birbidim.
And then the dimu. I want to have a person, then the dimu. Maybe I get to one of our I do. Now, for Scandicoya, and yes, if you then the power chow, a buying concoma. We move, like I said, yes, can you want to know? Yes, so obedient Sika mouse a factor will now could deal with that because I have chrono. I don't have chrono, and yet be a DBM. It's criminal. What misappropriate fund to be a criminal? The black attempts of bois. Then, yes, I better own. I am misplaced.
Now, what misappropriate? What misappropriate?
What's it?
What misappropriate?
Away, scanway. 9 months, scan away. Or misappropriate is kind of way. What do you see? Can you know? They are 2 billions of Ghana cedis. But come on, moment check and scan on Fanko. Away, catch them away. Where is the money? Nobody can defend this thing. Upa me say, Bijaso. Upa phobia or say, they make a no me different as a way. Bijaso. Who can defend this thing? I don't know if you hire who my musa. Nobody can defend this thing. It's a Kenya. Also, I won't pay a no Puma Sibru. Also, my Becca. I'm on paper, my sister. On my time office, inside the district, my terms are on my timber. I don't have solution. Who will say next week? Now, when I will do our services. And I keep telling you, I want to be a no castle of this because I say on the head committee, the mini position. And yet, idea, I was a mechanic somewhere. Maybe umpires should be vindicated.
Because don't come back because say idea umpires you mobile with drum service.
That's the point. So the vampire is on my drum. I can remember my drum services too. And I keep telling you all the time. As the piano, I am vindicated. From Quebec, a bit of best ranking on this committee. The Pia, some back when you are. Maka, or Montia when you matter computer, I am vindicated. Not a single one. Tell me, come on, you idea, Tell me, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this?
Nti sisi ya no ususu se den na ye betimi aye na providers inso etimi nyo musika no am for withdraw service.
Why are we not telling the finance minister to go and pay?
Nti an kan kire no so onkotua.
Onkotua, that's the only solution. I guess you are party so 10 before bush sika kotua and na buy for floaty bond bi. Look at your market in yet. The bond that is not the situation. What did this economy I hope from the amount of what could be? The see I am a from for. Meanwhile, last year they go GI. Huh?
Na yenim sikana dodo because me say billions.
We have said that yeah approve yenim sikana dodo. Unfortunately, me because I don't have the figures before me. But it's billions. I mean, you find me, I can be peer for my name scanning in natural. Oh, and that is why this time around I am intentionally ignoring a national health insurance scheme for me more much. I won't do that because I keep doing that. Now meanwhile that is not the root cause of the problem. And I sit on the committee and minim. Because all this kind of come on, that's all Montie. I'll go after them. And you have not paid the money.
Minim sa finance minister ya na mrahye bedwam. So budget approval mu na mu e ma no no cost spending ye kaka ho nti ekwan bia ni ho a bia matimi afa so na mo so matimi aka bibia kire no na mo afie mo si a kire se ade yi
Ken ba parliament no be pe bibia. Obeka sala ba ka se on na ho na teacher no so obeda ho mo teacher so onya free parliament kwa no an o ka bia unti.
Oh
if you say me ye wo me hu head finance minister oba Ghana ha na so din se kenda. Me hu bi da.
Na so adi.
O mai be ye be dru nyina na wie ye ne economy ya teacher person nyina ye ken. That's bi a jera. Ye wa ba me ye bok sekwe na o ye so abofo. Ken Opa parliament see na bia asem bi sile bia controversy bi ba. O ka se won na ho na teacher no so a. Bible quotation to back catch on. O ka se na by a man pope. Oh, o ho ba se e dey ho. No ka se o bia o be.
Just I say krama ho bra se beji.
Oh, now ba ni fi ho ko na re. O fi ka se nja o be fi wa. What the decide before na ka na mo kana bra bon chiro. Ken. Obi aso so no. Was on the facto president. Oh my mu.
No dear bam say we the big ka ho.
Me the big ka ho. Nti wo ti ho ya, wo ne me ka say, wo gidi pa wa kuma mu ni twanyakopon so sa make won say that. Na me na be first person make ka wa.
Minimum about de facto president. Minimum about de facto president.
Me say the make kai kai, wo say won say that. I said me na me first person make Ghana ha won ni ma wo yen sachonia, wo so no nyakopon na.
Nti nsem a ye tie nyina na honorable ye say di general radio so ka.
Aha, nti no want to be nka.
Anya mintimi nka. Me bisa say me say anya say mintimi nka ho. Asa onim say I mean your baby a nsem bia ye ka no.
No, that is the truth. And that's why we are suffering.
Me no din komo de bia because nsem your kra me bisa utimi kra ka chem so same way there e bia. Eno na me bisa say nsem na ye.
Okay, no nka answer no ho. They make yen nka ho. The making so yeah, or you'll be a Kasachana or Tia. Can you send a make a radio so? So you'll be a boy and Nichana or Tia, and coming Kasasi or radio so. I'll be something I'll be named Maker. I don't know, ya, Ipankwa, and the better chacha. But it's about health. And we'll sit down.
Okay. All right. Well, say me I should say tea for tea. You be Jania Canada more man pay. You be that's Honorable Governor Minta Akando, ranking member, Health Committee, and pay near Koso. So you better see a benya a buying penny for a near no medin come yenya finance ministry and penny for a beer. Ye be busomo. Asemo dia babe to J, Sike Yajiji, PT Baye July 2021. Sikano enkoye. Na Sikano wahi.
Ghana Montie, na mansanya son. At the rock of Yaman Homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo need 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie.
All the sampa Kasia bo Kowaka Tamunsa Amaya se Kasia Aboagye Onye yimu Nukretrodo Kamadine Kamadine bo Nita fe Mumayentie Kasia Aboagye 100.9 Kwasi Monkwe. Some of us took off a time, and some said, don't tell me, and so Ghana Montie, and some of us took off a time, and some said, don't tell me, and some Ghana Montie, so a neat.
Yanko, and to also the one cratano, and moon 7 year, Yanjibi.
I was for the Bacata Daily Guide, the Animal, what they were rubbing your friend Kofiato in Fonia Betua, and what did I say? Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Aban Kingsford Sumano Babin. What I say, Pano Tano, and knew that so young Tobio. They were friend you. First Deputy Speaker Metina Kunyum, second Deputy Speaker Metina Kunyumno. At water, and wapa on one casa, the acting speaker. That's the acting speaker, no, wapa no. Ayo rock of Fiato. What else or no? And as Uradi Aduminas would new one tinamumano. There be a bibin suhano, and now Sabia, or near Womaka, one to me, my parliament in what Nefia Kakra, will rock of Fiato Nansun tinamumano. Enti Sadia, ya, first deputy speaker, second deputy speaker, one quarter now could never a Twitter, Kofiato, the acting speaker.
I see. So. And come away any and some Kakrebian command so na yani honorable say Che Mensa Bonsu, where majority leader, Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, so some see Mrashebe Junior General Maya Swami. Honorable Yadasim Wakaba need FM so pay. Honorable Asemia that daily guide enimu kwabna kan ho asemi back being appoint NDC man acting speaker. When who krata bisa no kure say honorable right honorable speaker why be saying na empo no munhihye standing orders no emra no betimi eyo no ase obi acting as speaker na
You see, I'm a bit of a story. I take me about one team. If you know them now, there was a friendship in the the San Fran here. Mobile Parliament. Nanka mo be speaker. Nanka no identify. Na I'm saying no. The speaker will tell me that. No more that kata the buy yes. Speaker when catch your walk. Much of you feel I'm friend on clerk to Parliament and so. I'm a what your cat I say. Me minority leader. And I say her committee, chairman, any ranking member, is the minority spokesperson for health. Yanko Yapo. Name is Uncle Freddy Pope in Chim. He be an attack on Boca Watson. And this idea, yeah.
What kind of story now? What kind of story now? Yes, Medicine Sans Frontier, letter no one I am said the Bocratano, if just to quote portion of on behalf of the right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Kofiato, will host Medicine Sans Frontiers, MSF, an independent international, continues like that. Inti, say, no one, the Boncratano, Kanwasem, and no, says Anatia, I know just say be a appointee, or be our active speaker now, and I know, Montie, yes, Anatia.
Oh, anyway, Chino, a bit did you media. The typical move back between what's in a man. Now, the speaker, Juma Bia, usually no, the clerk to Parliament, any majority, any minority leaders, no, a kind of any Juma. And the question said, me, I'm going to be Katan. I mean, you know, we raise issues more with it. I mean, in the way, proper way of doing things. Because after, you say a proper way of doing things. Brana, Katana, it's the issue of the Tinia and Kubi. Then when we throw Katan, just say, maybe say a regular way of doing things. And I'm going to oh no, Madam Folk. And until recently, NDC, Vice Chairman. And you can buy your partner, but I want to tell me, Juma. And of course, you can have for the cheap in just saying, the minimum who cut and raise issues more than the ministry of regular. And the Sakata, one or no canvas and there. I thought it was irregular. Now I read issues about that. The meeting is going to make it.
Because any Kwanswano, no, in case deputy speakers will be back. Okay.
As to whether I say speaker not by that, or just say, I want to live over the Chiman already. I don't want to go into those conclusions. But in the question, it wasn't regular.
Okay. Now, and
let me say this. Later on, years ago, Parliament is this friend, no, the Kratag. I've said the comments now, couple they admitted it, and yet, until morning, on get to the best and the way you go through. We don't have any minority leader. And I'll be pushed to war.
Okay.
However, Mamma would draw Katan. So, let me go figure in the Katan. So, as an American, yeah, I'm very busy at a parliament. Making a committee, maybe.
Okay.
We still hope they could feel the buy-in, they were back, and they didn't diminish.
Okay. Now, who can say speaker Tianichi? So, Mentia say, Wako Dubai. But you need kind speaker called Dubai. You told me, Dubai, Wakoya, the Ayarsha,
Yeah, saying in the people. Acquire it in TM.
Okay. Ebi adwin sɛ wem sɛ speaker ansan Dubai na kwantuo no dɔɔso dodo. Ɛbɛyɛ a wontimi nyɛ adwuma no koraa. Munyi speaker foforɔ na neɛ wɔnkɔhwɛ no ho ayarehwɛ. Menni mu adwin kyerɛ wɔn.
Yeah, no, they better than the BBL.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, Bianca said, I remember. I remember short. One more than the top of that. So, not the Olympic and the car was it.
Before Bekoi ruling Supreme Court, Mujumedi Amudi, any Niababeto J, na mo standing order C 109 crack Supreme Court, Wabuya said unconstitutionality in your kahwe, Wajin Chireka Krawe and home.
Yeah, so it's fine. One said, a sharp yellow. It would be a cafe. To be a cassette deputy speakers, a trap by the year. It is anyone who need parliamentary practice. Parliament acquired past 2 years, man. On Thursday, no, we can be. It's not say. Baby, speakers, or we members of parliament. That speakers and crime, you do a patra, or to be. If you say, baby, Ghana, say, you can't amine and come on back. It will be there. You speak it no, any members of parliament. So, maybe a speaker, any MP no, that speaker from Trump. In your constitution, look at Article 104, no say, the Speaker of Parliament would need voting rights, original or cutting, would need be. So, now, and then some way back, I know about it's our Parliament. The Constitution, no, there be a Constitution be used with a definite article, the word the to describe speaker. Or cassette the speaker. Now, or touch speaker. And some a day members of parliament. Ye bo ya trust the LA. Ye trabama no. As speaker no, the constitution is described as the speaker. Indeed, as same way Panoa make cassette. Deputy speaker. He is not the speaker. Indeed, when the constitution says in Article 104, they say the speaker no and trabano. It doesn't mean the constitution doesn't mean the deputy speakers. The Kasano or say we do. Any may agree to what I can only agree. But the Indian made the Bono can say, so yet, because they want to be able to. But many of them constitutional, you know, won't just say that. Did not almost simple things like Casadia. And yet, you will not recognize him as a speaker and do it. Yeah. And then it was a or brashere, any breachery, in quantity. So, and the constitution no cut set. Constitution for free. The one who train or can deputy case of what. So, the deputy case no, and we can't speak another person. Deputy case no, and the okay, it's up from. At the Canadian, but 95 and one can pick up one thing. Over 90 paper, a deputy speaker one. So, over 97 of the test speaker go on and on deputy speakers. So, so the back Article 104 no. We can't speaker no one on deputy speaker. And what the constitution says is that speaker no on one battle. Now you move because the Constitution does not intend that to apply to deputy speakers. Now, with the problem is at the end of the who share Constitution, who can now charge and now can't generate there. Let's take that nothing. For instance, someone said, Oba,
sɛdeɛ meka sɛ article 95 ɔka speaker no ho asɛm 96 ɔbɛka deputy speaker ho asɛm ɔba 97 no John na ɔka the tenure of members of parliament or say a member of parliament shall vacate his seat in parliament if one B, say, if he is elected as speaker of parliament. Also, so you are saying, na you say we speaker. What do I call that to? ABC, a bar for Republican, the bar. I didn't be a tono. Any honorable do a job. Once you talk about ma, a Jahusho minister, no a member of parliament. Yeah, Trabama.
Yeah.
Say all representing the people of Akachisa, the member of parliament. That's why I don't go at transfer. And this is for the people at honorable do a job. Tell me, speaker. Until taking us to a back. The man of the speaker. Pepe, so say, Nakuyano, Eda, and Pine. In the answer in members of parliament, the answer in a member for a catchy stop. And they got two, and when they got to a back, the honorable Ahiapo, I'll be MP for a catchy stop since primary. The deputy speaker, no. The constitution, a camoche is the years and go over. I didn't get to Obama, the speaker of Anaconia and two. And to Obama, the speaker, he continues to be a member of parliament. And to that, the constitution, we can know more. And yet, deputy speaker. What you say?
Yeah.
I don't see, I don't know, not a need down. We not. Ma, in court, no, we have said no say. Article what more for no, can't answer it. Say, yes, no, say the Speaker of Parliament on 12 months. On 12 months, because on all represented constituency there. Until they 12 months on 2. The deputy speakers and the only members of Parliament, the 12 months also more to be. What you say? See. The rule what they are going to say. The speaker, no. The deputy speakers, no. Deputy speakers, no. They are not there. See, I'm going to say, I'm going to say, deputy speakers, no.
Now, minim say honorable sorry, minim say when video ibia a man for crash as here to pitin asem first deputy speaker honorable Joseph say we so no aka ye wo ye parliament afri atwa mu na about this same voting say bia first deputy deputy speakers and some more preside na edu say beto aba womu betimi ato ana womu ntimi nto no nia okan minim say bia we hu just 30 seconds na tie
I don't need that now.
Okay.
Okay. Or say we just more kind, you know. Obetino standing on the 1093. Say audit no say we a deputy speaker who need original vote. What in American say? Until as a deputy speaker now, or the not going to 80 or the 139 no. Almost say we need a original vote. About it a June. What you say? You can't because I don't need you to educate me on that. That the reason
no, wasn't even to educate you, but it's here for saying about me at here. Okay.
The make kind of thing. That's I'm not or the 109 no 3 no. You don't know now so the kind. The Supreme Court will not say Constitution, you know, and my body and fact. Be a tabumbia and to the speakers so.
Okay.
The original no say casting no. In fact, tabumbia and two on so. The area coach say only the original vote no. What say the 109 no. And casting vote what. So we know and once we casting or preside with the original vote. One casting vote what. The some of that then say if I want no line play in the crown pono and man casting vote. What you say? And the Supreme Court not the cast 109 train that you move around. Constitution is the now. Because you original vote to be free, it's cannot and say more go better. Then you work a war. Article 104 1. Go better to say there's also in the original vote and also moving casting vote. But one kasa no constitution and kasa no dey. Yen timi be yemra emfa e deputy speaker ninko emfa tabun bi nto ono so. What you say? No, because constitution was in article 1 clause 2. Say constitution in the year the supreme law of the land and the yemra kon emaye. Is all here wa umrebi. That's a brano. And the constitution no acquire big a good bra. Tambrana wayano. There's time to say any constitution no, which is the parent law no. It will be a good brano. Tambrano and yejo.
Okay.
What you say?
Mimbisa will.
One more become say. Yeah, standing with the 109 no. In that case, you know, is inconsistent with the constitution. Indeed. Omono ama ruling say let's say yin tadi no in free.
Okay.
I mean me pass be in 2000.
Okay.
20 and then one more year say what na mu 2015 SNBC 2015 ne be ko 2016 akoto abana. Enkofobi ekoye say one more person mukujina on the ticket of NDC. Na microphone na every education service don't be a teacher for. So Emma obi edical court. Say on tiake conformity echo Omakujina Ghana Education Service. So, no Makujina on the ticket of NDs, any panel, no ye, any panel and 9. Ena Omakujina. Now, Dr. 4, me being so careful. Dr. 4 not to Omo Ghana Health Service. So, Omo Kujina on the ticket of NBC. And there will be the core court. So, say, the court not about the court, you know. Not say, that's no. Oh, yeah, public servants. Oh, yeah, public servants. Constitution of Article 190. So, indeed, the Omugina will be more. In fact, Bakumbo, teacher me back. Not or no, and then they end this woman or Mope and Penny. I don't so for a chairman of the party. So, what can I say? Danny Pan, Ukujina, and Dr. Fone, teacher for Nakara, Mokujina, Mokujina or NDC, more, NDC co prime minister, Mokopi, no so. Or what be the court to say? Thank you for no court Muya. Say, and now say, I'm with public servants. The public servants don't go here, the constitution now, go here, Article 190. They are listed the servants. And you know, I hear civil service, just service, audio service, young education service, prison service. So, until Oka said, thank you for the Nana. The new group you are the buy and say, don't forget Article 94 of the Constitution. So, okay, to be our Parliament. Say, anybody, say, or a public servant. So, would you like here? Okay, Article 94, plus 3. Beer. Well, listing public servants now. Now, if we are at the court, and the Supreme Court, we are saying, okay, public servants, I said public service. List tonight, they have back Article 191. Now, back Article 94, clause 3B. One more Constitution, let's say, local parliament, public servants, Constitution, local parliament, a Boston, a public service, one in now. Now, one more, you be doing, you know, one body, education service, any health service. And if I got on the court, no, say, oh, yeah, we need because extension of living. A public service in a deal what can 93, 94 cross 3 there. And the natural thing, wow, we have a set at the piano. Who could not see a trouble for parliament? The Supreme Court can say. A cool, you know, Yamudin, any service, any health service. Yamudin. The Omar Constitution, you know, none can expect. Thank you for the meeting, no. Omutin, a bishop, Omdishi. Oman find him in Chino. Ya can't publish about the Article 94 cross 3, you know. Yan can't teacher for Asemoko. Yan can't doctor for Asem, yan can't name for Asem. Indeed, say, Ubi, a year, Juma. A buyer can be for a doctor or a teacher or a nurse. Now, opposite, who could not part to be 18 more. And maybe I ain't quite. Because Constitution specifically are more moving. 2015, Yenia Dominica Yini, who can't hold her, I said, somebody I can't go to. I know a deputy attorney general. What would say no by? Hey, and the correct. And I'm saying, I won't do here. Come on, I become one year. And then, Supreme Court to call we are saying, and now, yeah, more deputy. Because we didn't know at the 104, say, I'm the original book, the cousin to the Constitution almost told them. They did not intend to see the data bomb, but no, the speakers not so. Until the speakers no. Omotwaba, I say, one more would be a BIM 2015, using the same principle. And they almost say, I want to
Mimbusa bako na yemfa en community Osha 104 na I think 104.2 it can be said the speaker shall have neither an original nor casting vote NAB say okomo standing orders ni mu a order 7 speaker no woni awoye say speaker or Mr. Speaker includes a member presiding at a sitting inti Wamu kaso muni Supreme Court ni nyadwene ebi ka se ekire enti obi preside a oye speaker enna constitution ni ka se speaker ne ti ho a oni original or casting vote enti wamu ni Supreme Court no so enyadwen ewo say not just then enya se just standing order 109 pen ho beka enya empo no standing order 7 no a modeche oni a oye speaker no then say no so yeah, who be Pacho a hot who say.
Yes, to be children, and need the council, young fellow, Mr. Speaker. So, yes, speaker, no, your fellow, right, honorable speaker. Deputy speaker, no, your right honorable speaker. We are honorable speakers. That's the distinction. Yes, any panel, as an uncle champion, as also possible can be. The Speaker of Parliament is referred to as Right Honorable Speaker. And then the Speaker is Honorable Babi. Or say, speakers no one chamber home in terms of administration, the Alpha BB and Show Bonta, Omuntimi, any BB. What you say? This say, also baby, and this is for your emotion. Motion on my head. Let's get what you're in the buy you. What would the motion of man on? Now, obey admit it, I want admit it. And it's because I admit it. Indeed, Emra Parliament. What do I say?
Yeah.
I don't know. There is a plenary issue. We didn't talk about this. We can only finish over here now. John said, in terms of admitting questions, emotions, because they from them, then we administration. The deputy speakers, no. Now, only administrators. What do I say? Indeed, anybody be open parliamentary practice. And so, no, that is the difference.
Okay.
The fact that any dear council refer to the person and say, Mr. Speaker, no, and just say, oh, yeah, right, and no speaker. That's a mean. And oh, yeah, and my speaker, General Tobacco, say, oh, no, Mr. Speaker, oh, no, make it ruling. The deputy speakers, no, on this one, we are ruling. Because, oh, I just answer, yeah, managing on the year can have situations where maybe the speaker may rule on something. Maybe the speaker be able to say, I saw okay, no.
And then
in great confusion. Maybe in terms of ruling, speaker ruling, let the speaker know. Almost any take more. Maybe okay, that's happening. Maybe a fan train speaker. Speaker back, I can want them. Now saying be and the next constitutional issue.
Okay.
A far the in before November, December, can't say, about rejecting budgeting. Also, many, if I would be in there 137, or the more I will find in there 137. Metia, and say, another information in there, and the other grandma, I will go to 137, only 135. But the young fat and no, 135, wherever, only 137, young fan too. Only 137. Assuming that nobody now a day won't pass. Constitution is a little we have at least 1/2 of members of parliament or parliament. Now, the number is now 275. 1/2 a year, 137.5. And now, wouldn't it be past 20? And the money here 138 was 137, less than 137.5. What do you say?
No, correct.
So when they use 137, I buy. Maybe share no money in the speaker council. Or what's another rejected budget. Speaker will do Article 102. See, then we should also use 104. Now, the clerks in Parliament, in terms of procedure, what is speaker for? I said, the area, no be a market speaker, the procedure maybe so starting in the honey at the cancer. So, the clerk is the chief advisor, the speaker, in terms of procedure, the rules are used to Parliament. A brother, I acquire some speakers to my own. Get your energy. The brother now, ye Kwasi. One will say, yeah, the deputy cannot take your moon. I don't know. Not any ruling a speaker and a pronouncement of it is a 137 at rubber. And he speak alone. Deputy cannot find it. It needs to be. And the Bayer said in certain periods, and finding that the mass. MSI, I could be an interior castle. That 137 I went to a banner. Eddie, and yet, and Brem, the Mrano, the constitution, those fake here at the door. Until no being or can't the attention of the speaker was apparently not drawn by the clerk to Parliament to Article 104. No, you know, it be a magic no. Eka edina dwen go dina 102 no a waka no so. Nti aden de o se 104 na wo senke bi edwuma. Omo kwan a president you cannot cancel. Eche say you cannot be you if you know. Na mo catch also go to the board na NPA do the food. You say I said say the see class no pa. Say pa there's a council every year you can free me. So they be then Article 104 they be edwuma. What you say?
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
The deputy speakers, no, they are not there. The distinction is clear. Acquire them. They say, or breach any black day.
Mbacho, so na ada India na ba dabeni benya omampanyin State of the Nation address.
Oh, ibi amai.
Se yenyantie mutu danke ebemse yenyantie se beba so no.
Constitution, no say. Message on the State of the Nation says, no. Yes, at the beginning of each session in Parliament. Session in Parliament, that's what you say. Well, just what a session in Parliament. A session in Parliament, I could see Aboagye I'm never been one.
But honorable, yeah.
A session in Parliament, no. Hey, at the time, you come. I feel moving in any friend one session. So, indeed, yeah, at least 3 sessions. The first session I have been from January this Easter break. Then May also. Yeah, call it Aboagye. Yeah, na to us. Usually, but so many you yeah, bar never started a couple of so many so they be and now the bottom of be a first week. Now, ya main and then second meeting. Yeah, but third meeting. Third meeting, yeah, but the Bosumi do October. Yeah, people so I could see Bosumi do you know. People say, Bunya Breno Babano, near me. So, in a year, no, there were 3 meetings. In a year, now you one session, you were 3 meetings. Now, meeting Dikaini or session, the first meeting. When the Constitution says that message on the State of the Nation, President Fabra at the beginning of the session, a first meeting in the work was it. First meeting, maybe a Bebazana, a query. It is your one.
Watch him come about honorable. May I sure say. Sir, and chair young command for account and we someone say more.
Oh,
say be a convention, say no name okay. Well, it be a bracing.
History, who call the history of Parliament that March message of the State of the Nation, the brave. You'll be our carpet, you'll be this is the first time I ever mentioned. But when we Parliament hits. I'm not for
Boha. So, Honorable Yamisha no pay. That's if I know Obre Yamisha. Honorable say Chairman Sabonsu, a majority leader, Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Masebe Jino Jama yes, so I mean, pay and when you didn't come on, need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi so and once you go Akasma Bay Dunkuno, not known what she abo. Yet so ye Pimco, ye share a year and 7 on my Ghana Moon, Yanope Jumedi, Ghana Montie, Kwasi Aboagye, Di Huchiame. Abnamafu ni ekweji wako de kam ho kenkan se
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Odisampa Kasia bo ko wakata monsa amaya se Kwasi Aboagye onye yimu no kretrodo kagire men kamadini bo nitafe Montie Kwasi Aboagye 100.9 Kwasi Bonkwe
na amanse mo ko na me chese mo ko so
o mo peti wura mu ama ekuya
Montie we.
Ayo. Abusuafoɔ de bɔkrata da m'anim ayɛ teleguide. Na teleguide bɔkrata no wɔde aba anim ha. Ɛna wɔkyerɛ sɛ wɔwura Dɔmboadu. Ɔno no wɔyɛ atwerɛfoɔ panin Madam Kwabuzia Domo tradition. Ɛna wɔka sɛ yi. Ɛmabunu no ana no mokɔ penti fam na da no ho. MPP office pa mokɔ sesa no yɛ no NDC. Ade John Dramani Mahama photo ade tetare wɔ no. Picture no lie. Ɛna video no lie. Saa nkɔfoɔ no nyinaa kwan no manim. Sune. Yɛba abɛyi mu nyinaa ade efiri party no mu. Pampani na na Dankwa Akufo-Addo ɔda ha. Wɔne yɛwura Teti Buadu. Wɔno nso ɛda ha. Na His Excellency ɛna wɔkasa a wɔtrɛ sɛ Supreme Court ruling no ɛbae no ɛyɛ very clear. Wɔno kura saa na n'adwene yɛ no dadaada. Enti sɛ deɛ ɛbae no ansa da anya no surprising biara. Ade wɔnim sɛ sɛ na mmara no ɛteɛ. Enti abasa adeɛ enti na ɛsɛ sɛ ɛyɛ no wanwa. Ansa da anya no wanwa. Abranteɛ Oliver Baka Vamawo. Wɔn kɔɔ court no.
Hey, I'm talking about Supreme Court ruling on Montie. Then now. Daily Guide. Na osi o Montie. Osi.
Well, right to.
Now, you for Ghanaian Times, I think it's page 12 of Ghanaian Times. Now, say, o Montie edasro. I page 12 for no say. Nimfoni da hodum say. Nim serious. Come. Ena Omanpanyi dada John Mahama symphony da se ho. Na wo hwese ne anim asi aye na atum se Jack. We no friend killer be ula show.
Because I have to say obi ya de na no ho ya nwa na wo hwe ni.
Enti wo mu nyina nso no nsem no fa Supreme Court ruling no.
Yeah.
Na it's very interesting because tell her Omanpanyi nani agye ho. Yes, and Omanpanyi dada John Mahama so ne anye ho. Enti story no say President Akufo-Addo Mahama comment on Supreme Court verdict. Supreme Court verdict is open and shut. President was come. Mahama chides SC, which is Supreme Court over affirming deputy speaker's voting right. And it says one day ni ho kra.
Over question ye. Abraham Penny na do akasa Supreme Court de no nani ante ho ye course bia ye kama Penny cross as far as I can see it, and I think the Supreme Court has confirmed it. And to say one ade no anu onim dada and one so na wo mosi su gina ye no enti ansada anya bibia ye no wan ye ba cross the matter involved in this are open and shout. They are black and white.
No shout.
Oh.
No shout. Shout. Shout there not just ukikim. And shout no ya tum.
Wakanda album. They are open and sad.
Ntunti ayi na all can want to shut the door da. Oh, shout there is all kekemu. Shout means tiemu.
Aha, almost say yani. Shout
shout to the door pa. O de kosu na yentiu.
Of course.
Nah, Mampeni Asra was rei. And now His Excellency, former President John Dramani Mahama so say, hey, 7-0. Woman, 7 nina atutia. And was say, wow. A shocking. Or say, he described the verdict by Apex Court as shocking. One of the abonu pusa. That is na Supreme Court to Kwasi ye. And he a shocking but not surprising. Was it a shocking but and yan one. Sir, and I know as some see and said that yan one cry. Now Supreme Court no Justice Jones Doche ɛna wɔtena aseɛ sɛ pie mu a wɔno na wɔde saa agyinasie yi ɛbaayɛ na no na wɔkyerɛ so ɛnsa da nyɛ no wanwa ɛnyɛ no wanwa koraa but wɔyɛ shock sɛ nipa 7 ni nyinaa ɛto yɛ a wɔn de ti ayɛ na saa asɛm yi untaka koraa kasa afa ho ɔno wɔyɛ minority chief whip the same as minority leader Haruna Idrisu wɔn nyinaa kasa afa ho yɛ a wɔn kyerɛ sɛ asɛm no deɛ ɛsɔpraise wɔn paabu wɔn nyinaa pusa na nkanyɛ sɛ koraa na wɔn hyehyɛ no nso agya abasa nti ewura no mmienu no da ha pampani na nado ɛda soro wɔn wɔn deɛ wasere paa ayɛ te so obi a wani nda no obi afra wakyɛw sika awerɛfrɛ mu bi wani gye wo sere ɛna wo hyɛ His Excellency the former President John Dramani Mahama nso a as obi a wasɔke wo hyɛ kyɛ kua gyewe di gyewe ahwa yɛ nwanwa ana don so
Ghanaian Times, so much you see pictures is correctly. Pa. Eh, I'm catch a mood, no. Omumi Lunya said you are feeling no corner.
Yeah.
Oh my idea.
Pampenina land there was repao. Was sra. And also, I know of a question. I said, John, so I know.
See, hey, who am I? Was yours, Nanado, who am I?
Yes, yes,
Oh, yo,
what about going back on our
yeah, if you are Cosumami, Quakia Cosumami.
Yɛmfa graphic Democrat no nso aso ɛkrata fɛ to so do me and sasie wɔ no mu no wɔkyerɛ mu sɛ wɔ atifi apueyɛ mantemu upper east region the yɛka de a doctorfoɔ nursefoɔ ne wɔn ɛkeka ho ɛkɔ no mo so mo nkɔ enti yadeɛ bi ha adwene papaapa ma panyina wɔ no ɛna mantam no wɔhwɛ apɔmuden so ade ato dwa sɛ ha adwene paa wɔse wɔ afrasɛ mu mfempim mmienu ne aduonu baako 2022 doctors and nurses ye ka so omumra no bi amada omu twenye yankwa agosiaga enti ama won na ye adwumayefo apomudinfo kakra bi e won mu no omadwuma no ase eya ye den kakra de amomu a ahaw ba ko mienu bi ewo mu o wo se empenifo anhwe anka ho asam ntem e be ha adwene papa nei omo e kire omadwena kasa de afa ho se wonte ase se oba pom won mu a bibia wo hono mo kama pa na so apomudin adwumayefo no mpese obeba be ye adwuma wasi wona omo ehwe ema wona omo hwe sin wona omo agi awo ni nyina dadodo no a wo ye pe na obi abura motuam no wokɔ a won pese obeba
na no tiefo mo beka ya ye di nkomo ewo ye formina na nsensem bi esi ho MPP amanyekuo no echitafo ne bi ma wo mu di mu kra party office wonu mu sei wo mu ko penti hu NDC colors Omuko penti chese womo sisa osun nanim omo si osun no kura wobo da no kura osun no kura no omudwa no omubu efu osun no enti omo ko penti osun ni nyina anim ema omudwa de posters aye NDC colors ko penti office no insem no ye di hu komo na mobeka ya ye ni Isaac J Formina East Area Coordinator enso di hu komo na no na enra centrafo nhie mu bi akoso ewo ye nkran hanum sei centrafo penima amanyeko MPP ena wakasa wahye ohwa de bonkrata no ene ni foni eda honum sei me hwe daily statement anim NPP to discipline errand officers and members offer the finder was say NPP to discipline election troublemakers as probe is ongoing. John Buedu, Mefa Daily Dispatch, or see NPP condemns violence in internal elections. Announced date of coordinator selection in Yakaho. But I could teach you a formula idea and say, one more koyesa paint no. If you want a course, if we are such a bequa mom. Isaac. Marco Baba need FM so pay. Na yaka say na nyama sitie e wo famina hobo call there
Omra Yaboko.
Ashimbiaba.
Some council. Be
Now no I'm say me no din komo wie ye no. Ye ni ora akwasi ntin su din komo. Ai eno wacheche mu say o makwa akopenti ba yi back. Senior Andy Sikales na mode ko ye dan no ho no. Wa wegina so ma anaduna em sa homa china akra no so no. Wo mo enso penti osono no back. Ntimi ka say de so osono na san ba dan no ho. Mo de osono na to dan no ho.
I no cre, son of Dano.
Oh, okay. Okay. Osono insu na nam si mo buefu osono yo.
Now the baby I see you way pa the final na and go for the num but pa now can manage one was born then so politics on the numbers near there. Yeah, go back there with an ampen for bomb. The Makwasi now, but black non my paint dino. And the brapa. Simple for I said, the kind of Yamma come around for more money. The last week. Coming on Kazay there. The watching you. I could man on swab form. The transfer on the and I did it beyond to be.
Okay. Now, so near see what from no enra senior medi kan say bra na nsentwefo nhie mu na ora John Buedu mu twetwefo pani no akasa ho no. Senior aye statement I report no min kan kakra na min chie mu say and touching on the specific case of the disturbances witnessed at Fomina. For instance, he maintained that the party takes serious view of this girl's misconduct, which is not only reprehensible but an affront to the dignity and existence of the party. They said, you see what Fomina no, enim guase, idea entry ye, and yet, idea to say, one condemn one cassetia, and idea omo babe sheno, on babe hankra, ombe make sure sweat, ombe di hujumana, asuche bi obia, omo yesa, nebi a betray my senior canwa. Montie, 10 said Niamu ye, no, umini anjihon. Yase film sem Montie.
Yeah. Also, yeah, can you a jumbo of a can? In an say, I am Mammalanya Juma. I said, poor Bravo. And the running between it. At the end, I just saw you independence of three parts in the young running in. Yeah, can you now? Could you summon a Kunania now? I know. I'm a Kunamaranya Juma. Kunamarana, Marana, needy. It will be from Polonia, the Meridian, a veteran as one. Will be free months, will be quite independent, so I am running it. And I can't have with you. And they say, home.
So, said you see, said
independence. Yeah. Painted dinos and Branos.
Oh, okay. All right. So, what is a why send you all kind of idiot? Going a number of baby say, oh, come, ram. May assure say party Brano so, we are dear, I quite say Mushusem, say party. Na mutimiko penti party office home. Moses party ni shebre. Na mode shebre no kra de kwose party fufuro shebre mu die. Na say me assure say party bi ni ho anembra ebe pene saade we so. Enti o kire say wo mo am yes an yemfa emra no fa niom.
Some independence for no dia ye mu prim ya. Na mra no so ya juma.
Manu akokati line. Hello.
Na mra no twe na so a. For independence dia, mra ni many are saying na sefem aka but it is empanu fu na mo. Mra na ya juma.
Oh, okay. Now, so yes, if I'm gonna make us say dear, if in a party no baby take decision, say be a nomination, data be a vetting, data publication of vetting results, any data emponukra polling station obeba so saa na tie
saa na yɛn nyinaa yɛatete no saa na yɛn nyinaa si na saa nɔma ne deɛ adaroma yɛama mpanimfo na yɛn ne deɛ ne yɛn ti aseɛ ne sɛ moaka kyerɛ sɛ wokɔ independence a na ɛwɔ ɛno bia mmara no akyekyere yɛn mmiɛkyina ho sɛ party no yɛpɛ party no som party no nti yɛpɛ nti yɛ deɛ yɛnkɔ yɛntena party no maa na nkɔfoɔ bi akɔ na ɛbaeɛ a yɛsɛ yɛnkora a yɛankɔ no koraa deɛ yɛbɔ mu saa nkɔfoɔ no ɛyi no sɛ ɛha paa no na saa nɔma wei nyinaa baeɛ ɛti megye sɛ mpanimfoɔ aba mu sɛ ɔmobɛhwɛ asiesie ne deɛ sɛ yɛtwɛn wɔm yɛbɔ mpaeɛ nso ataa wɔm akyi sɛ ɔmo yɛko nyame ma ɔma kokodu na ɔmomfa mmara no nto
okay, all right. You better see na yeja niaka no ama mpanyifo se nya seeking. Why?
That's bad.
Na min sha won so formina na ye call ye Isaac AJ formina East Area Coordinator ma New Patriotic Party and pay need 100.9 Ghana Montie so no asio gwera so go so na enche making kind mo adwinche no bi so dia mamo 0503721744 Ghana Montie ya no pejumedi enafie March ni de toso edu baako. Ekua. Mintio.
Katafe toso edunsia ewo graphic mu ena mejinai. Na Ghana Meteorological Agency penifo na dia tudwa akire mu se. Afi we se no ensuo no ne to no betwe akwa akiri kakra. Na obi ada enim se enka obenem eye March eni ofoisuo April ni May ni mu de anka ensuo topa. Na afi we se no empenifo chem se Fedi ewiemu sakraye bobre na si akwaye no ebe bibia omo kakra se penintentamu a ye nya no saa we kura po no ye de ani ehunu bi sese ya no ensuo no asede empese beto no enani nansa bi na mihu se enkranse no ensuo no akenya ne ho kakra na esunkrofo bi se enhyeda eno so saa enti we no mu chem se ebema dry season de pebre no emu atwe edi akwa akira kyensani a esusu no no Kwasi Ghana said ye hye esitie no de enka epu meju mu no de enjuo beto na March no so epu no so saa na enjuo beto yesu nkaka wo southern part no yenye wo anafo afamu no anka enjuo no be ye yi na so said de perifo kirem se enjuo no to no betwe akwa akira eho ebeyire paade ama Ghana fo
Me da see Daily Graphic de Abokrata no kan se bi hanma se timi nya nchichi mu no bi kan ho sei ofa Nenim no, I say 10 medical officers decline posting to Upper East region. So, you Dr. Frank Shribo, President of Ghana Medical Association. Doc, that's a more about NEET FM. So, Doc, but just ask me a story about Kamunza. Medical officers, Nibia, a dear Upper East. A decline, say one month call. Montie, a dear near 7 pa.
I mean, share one with you, no, idea we nye asem fufuro ma yen so beka ya almost every year bia no idea betin say doctor anya ntum so mbaka ko say go la region because of one reason or the other ni nyina ne say that most of the time doctors see decline some beko no usha regions are obetime deprived regions over 5 years, Upper East, Upper West, some parts of Northern region, Savannah regions, and even some parts of Central region. There are Dr. Folio from Monastom. In the regions, no, more or less, no, also who's a called deprived region. The opportunities are only
in Pacho can't deprive just a horn was it now. Okay.
No opportunities are only animal or massing crime and other bigger places. You have social amenities, the one she watching by will say be a paisi a car, a bogan, but there are smaller villages. I'm also here doctors are sent a doctor for cohort. Because of Anyama way of costume, and they are buying the stars income of a friend deprived area incentives on. 9 years for only doctors in Po. Yes, say be all other health workers in nurses, doctors, pharmacists, almost count in and come accept postings got the private area. Yeah, funny, but being to quite more or who said, if you're more con, yes, or more could do any refume. Even if a beer, then can in walk massy and ankrai. Also, every 3 years, and son on opportunity at school. The honor drew her on every 2 years. Now, after young country say, for opportunity about media postgraduate training. Young say, a be allowance be your wa, media mana, beboa ama, baby, or quiet to man, anya shin. There also keep 2 families, cram, which me keep his families. In ama, a committee that's not say, or my studies, it is in there. It's me, a friend is saying, near man, and to acquire more bit me attracting of alcohol. Almost a first, Hey, so easy, so but I doctor for say, oh, I buy a show. Yeah, buy a sacrifice amount. Also, cost now was a price. And then 90% of Uncropo medical school is fee paying. Fee. Obey, you know what the cat. It is all cast one cost the private area, and say, be anymore. And you can create being on Bayu Macumo Marco. Into your seeing, I didn't name us Musebe or better attracting Cropo Marco. Now come away the minia. In an idea, there is even a cancer I cause gradually, and that is more doctors or more Ghana than point to come on any I don't know a sutra. But Sasha say a doctor for a brave echo, nurse upon cry, masem cry. Inti a idea and your news by him solutions, no, are buying him solutions. That's here in a high in the area. Any decide the same for solution. Perform cosa
na so ya bia ye bebisa ho so se a doctor for ani a nurse for ya na bia mo pese mo kọ mmia bisa no ti se bia obi nso kirekire ni obi akonya ntete teacher na we post ni ne ka ho the other police for any omo ka ho personnel bi so omo count se bia mfa se mpo fire service ana immigration ni ne ka ho nyina. This deprived areas say be mia ya be asetena ya no nka yesu yanya den ye na nso ye kase ye nkwa ne na tese o man no ne chichiri be din o
yeah, I play group higher or your and I will say it clearly. Also, a police for car a soldier for fire service near the health, the CSA service, and I'm
sure.
I know you can say essential services. All these agencies here will come as a mean. If I do be nurse or retire cry, make us a retire on your salary in the faculty. A doctor for as a way have seen there. DMVA. The Nippon in so called the private area when he has over hand who be brave crown as a be do baby no retire on the salary. I may catch us in your boko. Because then he doesn't need to really actively look for any friends saying he'll be able to rely on Sebastian or call retirement. The solutions are there. For us, my year came. In so you are aware that teachers will bring so ultimately could do the whole corner with for no. Die crop bet them grabbing the hunt here, my force no man ever back.
Okay.
Problems. And yes, ABR doctor for no special treatment. If I know call be or juma or do her was accommodation or doctor may do an accommodation. There is no any extra reasons to attraction be or sort now. And Enyabia or teacher for a brain so rejected postings are. And yet to say, be a binum sacrifice, being sacrificed, and a binum ready some best sacrifice. Doctors are very much ready to sacrifice, and every time you're in a BC, bidding combi, I encourage you and Crawford. So, Monco, maybe I hear on Monco Yajuma. But if anybody drew on a baby here and by being ready, say, what would he do? He will come back. Instead of because the solutions, they are there. We all know the solutions to the problem. I'm say, yeah. Ni asa resurrect ni abelament ya ni akoda solutions no you put it in these measures, on command of pay, me catch or say, be no cranny be as the private areas, no be more attractive, actually. The bigger communities are in the doctor for ready December 7.
Doc, and appear better.
The doctor who is coming.
Give
him something, I bet him I'm going to keep it to families. If because school be anyhow, where would his school? I bet me Aboagye. Let him be able to manage that. Yes, sir. I didn't know uncle. I say, yes, I mean, they say every year, if it's not better, I say next year, it's not friend. Yes, I did, uncle.
Come on, pie. In pie, it did be your man, Doc, that's bad.
So, I'm why you.
Messi.
The be a bomb pie. Yeah, move it near bomb pie.
I don't know.
I'll see a in the boom. So, take action and we pray.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. Dr. Frank Stribo, President of Ghana Medical Association, Dr. For Womukubata, no pay need 100.9. So I'm sure that senior doctor Chim, this is not a new thing, no, and yet at the forefront crap. And someone you do by keeps coming. And the doctor for be do so among cop, maybe I do a mocono. I saw in Cranham say now, oh, Chile. Or no, what
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Minkin kan comments na bi na yanko yenim anope ewo dwumedie no so tell Kwabena Minta Kando that he laments too much. Everything of his is politics. No other party than NDC. He should refine his words a little and stop the insults. This one is from Ewua from Afienya. And Odiano, a free and Odebai. OPK, Ewa Goso. President Nado has shown good leadership by interpreting the ruling by Supreme Court on the 2 deputy speakers' vote to Ghanaians. But clueless and super incompetent Mama is not behaving as a statement on the ruling. And it shows when given power, NDC will abuse the laws of Ghana. That's OPK. What if he goes so NOD and Obaye? Can the speaker unilaterally appoint his own first and second deputy speakers without the approval of the House? Is that constitutional? Kwasi, what if UK NOD and Obaye? Pitri from Aboagye OT region. What is wrong with the minority? They promised to make the country ungovernable for Nanado. Do they want to tell Ghanaians that if you are a deputy speaker, you don't represent your people in parliament? That is Pitri Brim Nodiwe Edbaye. In Shaba Anelka or Ashaiman constituency, or see, the former president should behave as a statesman because he's not the only sensible person in this country. The highest court of the land has spoken. So, case closed. Ishaba Anelka, Ashaiman. The NDC threat to disrespect the Supreme Court ruling should be seen as a bluff. Indeed, they can't do anything. If they like, they should try it now. Blueprint writing from Escado Ketan. Hey, we don't want any trouble, please. You don't come and dare anybody for us. We've not asked you to dare anybody for us. Please. Musa Batwa in Kumasi. Unfortunately, today, President Kufuor and Bawumia are benefiting from the legal gymnastics going on by unanimous FC7. Regrettably, highest body to interpret laws are engaging in this legal quagmire. Musa Abatwa, Edi Free Kumasi, and Odiano Ebaye. Teacher Kuju Tepa Anyine Susu. I don't see why the NDC was insisting on the deputy speaker not to vote. If it is not about the NDC, then they will oppose it. Every decision of the Supreme Court is law. It's not going to favor the NPP alone. Teacher Kuju and Odiano Edbai. You see, compare this education service rules to the Speaker of Parliament issues. In education service, if you are a full teacher, like a full Speaker of Parliament, you don't teach due to your additional duties. But if you are an assistant head teacher, you'll be given a class because you are a teacher first. So the first and second speakers are members of parliament. Hey, Minya, analysis. What's it? Amisko Spelele, Frikaso, the Supreme Court has said it all. Deputy Speaker's right to vote is a step in the right direction. So the NDC must give us a break on their patapa noise. Kaswa Amisko Spelele. Kwamina acidity. Ahafo Ashensuano. President Akufo-Addo is the only president in the history of this country who depends on the judicial system to favor him. Kwamina acidity. Ahafo Ashensuano. Yanto asianko enim yanyi nsem ni bi de bon krata no. Yanko.
Me father chronicle the Bokrat and to Socrata fair to so me and sa what the appear say no. I want to ye Montie mu Pristia who ni valley mansin ni mu. Na ni nada ne se na mu obi arehusem si ye ne siwie ye no. Na nipa be ye du me and sa 13 ahwero mo enkwa. Ene empenifo se omo ye amamre ne amane amasa nipa du me and sa ne munum 5. Ye de da omo apo mo kra bre na amamre ne amane yi yo no atimi akoso. Then depend ma make omo asem yi abodoma wanya finhye bosumi dunum 15 months eka ho. The din eye Ella Bedu. Your tosu biem eye abranti ko wanya finhye aduonum kron 29 years Emmanuel Kwenu. Justice Kwasi takwa na Isaac anane. Afesu kwabena Isaac kwabena benyin omo enenei yade omo etumpem ama abusuane namfo ani kromu ni nada Ababa show mu eni echi wono mu prepra yenso so no ye be wo mo kwan no makwa akohwe amu no sede amamre esitie ene penifo chemu so mu wie pe eye apiate park ne so no omo be ye awufosom ade amomo a eno ye nsori ahodo a ewo kro ni mu o ne beba abaye wie pe ne esi nkunya ayayie omo hwe ni mu se Ghana penifo ni bi bebo anan akwa wono mutu nyamenwum ni bi enso ebekọ krata echire mu ese enipa nwotwe a aka no omumu ehye sukotwe adaka mu eye mochire de omu ni mu brekro ane dakro potepa ibeyi omu asie na ni nyada mu no mu chire mu se enipa dumiensa ena hwero mu enkwa emu nipa beye oha ane echire ene prepra ye nya asem ketua ebipo dasugu ayaresa bi omu je ayarehwe apiati kro ni nyada dane amanfo ebra dynamite eto ye wode awia ginagina bia ema ensem ne ye bebrenti nipa dumiensa ahwero mo nkwa no emunum ene ye de da omo asie agina so ayeyi a chronicle ebomu amane sa ade amayen
na the Bokrat daily guide katafe tosumi na watre se ya de abrantie court ye friend no fix the country movement Oliver Mawusi baka vamawo na bra wo mu koye no ena eji trese mami ya ma abrantie no be no etrese Tama High Court abrantie no edikan the mobile phone na wasifre enu premu ayaje ye no ene yese wankyira password ni yemie ye wese bia odi ayedi tu aban ebi wo so a ye bisa abrantie ye bisa de besin osenya de a obekyere password ene ye bisa ansa hin na wote ye wonkra aso ofie wo baabi nso watra se wote wa sansan oni dan bia wa ha ana abrochire no wote United Kingdom ono wote ehwo ena ne wife ene na abusua nyina akọ enti aha ya wo wei eno anso oba e hotel bi pete a do ba ye wo ye wi a osa akọ no baabi enti woni fie bia wa ha ya wo koset wo akọse bibi yes wo mbekọ UK ifie onum no mo akọbọ set ya no mo akọye ne sa nanu na ai attorney general trese ade abrantie ne ye no na mesi ye nka no kure won cooperate na ya pa obi a ya tiw se ubeye ku na aboa na ye investigation fanfa asam no ho a ye bisa bibia wo mpesa obeka ye bisa obibia wo mpesa obeka waka na no atum ubisa no we ya otewodin ubisa no we ya otewodin ya woye no ha agene ya nya de esa
Midasi na yanko amano so rasem Aboagye Donkoye President, Private Health Facilities Association of Ghana. And open koma yeni honorable Kwabena Minta Akando. Edi ye and some of the ababe tujaba NHI said fiti last year 2021 July honum saying sikane nko aban GRGGCK Finance Minister so de ba kwato ye NHI for one account me na health providers isunsu etimi nya bi na wo de NHIS card no de kwa yetimi age ni ahwe no se enko enti senya nyama si bu boba no anhwe yi anche bia cash and kelly na ebekọ so ora Aboagye don ko da simu akwa baba ni TFM so
ya bema mejo so
anope senya na migbo etiefo mu no ni ranking member on the health committee Kwabena Minta Akando ni nsem wo de atujua nra em se ntrefo hie mu anope wa becheche mu se fiti July 2021 NHI for sika sese ko aban GRG finance minister finance ministry kugum yi utum ni ade a seske be ko senia mra no kire no enko enti senia niema mu aye no dia anhwe ya sisia and health providers ne beti an se mo ye cash and kelly Martis asemi
muni abema me das pa me tiatifo na yate pa enra the first statement no ina yi na some no kano sebi trobi enyum eno kwatrudo na okano nya wanya sika na kwanyim pa na July na okano 2021 and ibidie wo March 2021 ibidie free February 2021 ikwa die wo 2020 ikwa kemis wo ikwa 2019 sankan ai kusu a yeni de chaifo eka masem no kre no okano but majuma na edim mini abe majuma na edim ama nya ibejai because kana yeso guye ho so no amene yen kana no den workers car ayi salary car diary you be call court penalty finish you be call court penalty the ECG but I mean that you can't really understand what is going on. I want you want to say no drugs no the BI too every day BI no the bad things that they chant also this I did chat things this star but in a bunch of on the for the past 4 years it has been same down a minute here on the we put the tariffs on from us but in 9 for quite a cost ya cost dollar you cost Masika companies will tell you say you can't do the neighbor raw materials idea no Ghana you can't neighbor it was much and in here from the team of farmers say almost to do 15% only 50% at all it will share it present is a cost now nearby chairman or chairman now obey the service now I'm free how will you give it for free and also now we are any time for a fellow co-payment what is free grant no but minia any what chance yen there any there's no way be say a private to a government to a quinsayo a chago any that's the bottom line it any time for near kwa the be omnia kwa because and realistic the matter draw 10 cities now binds with TMU 10 cities now 7 cities in Enyameka now say client in Tria or say adding and a matches kind of free a client in all and on nothing one was so crowns now and runners of this kind of money every month this kind of are we magicians to provide a service for free? I mean, we don't understand it. Yes, you are interested. We can't understand it anyway. They are enforcing these laws on us, which are not realistic. I mean, it doesn't work. And then taxes, like these agencies, government agencies, will come slowly with high taxes and penalties to be paid. How? I mean, how? What are we doing to ourselves as Ghanaians? It's bad. In your country, we are on the way to cash and carry, not only private. The whole country, we are on the way to cash and carry because you won't be surprised you go to Kolibu right now, you pay money. You go to Tell Seven right now, you pay money. You go to Rate just in front of them, you pay money. Go everywhere in the country, where would you pay money? You want a system now in the country, the increment of the drugs and non-drugs and how the system is running now, it doesn't allow us to work free as we all want. It does not allow you to work free as you want because you can't work. So what the honorable member is saying, Mini Abema, Etrobian,
and a crypto do and the one year in him. The second free finance ministry and co any charge who said they on a winning. And the Anuntina Omuntreka because the and say we send the claims, but the monies are not coming. And somebody will say somewhere say, yeah, the thing, I may be a chum, and you can't remember cemetery. But I may be a chum, name my bonya disease. That is slapping with this high penalties, see, from Senate and DRA and whatever. I mean, you can't understand it. They are forcing us to, I mean, to drink water we can't drink, to drink an acid by force to die. Why? If they are trying to open a facility in Ghana, some of us, we hold about 70 people in our facilities. You pay high salaries every month. And the monies are not coming. What do they want us to do?
And so, send us chim de say mun said nya chimu titri bia emfi musika no so munya free NHI for directly sanity.
NHI for there be a memeka I can so be same there. You know mun yasem. You need NHI for into what. So one of the claims come on. But when that boy no my NHI for to here, boni be no my. Omunya yewu omunya ye you know any tag edaye me no ka say you got better report up to even up to December. They are better criminal up to December and they are ready to pay. You go to the Azebi only thing on the amount. Who comes to who can anyone amount? Who come the mama the copy out anyone amount. The only say you pin near your film on my yamade. Because on moment to Nabos Obiaji me pay. Maybe also me nyakapre kwana me biuka ma me weka et bi obi amakote na dro ekwafe me skema no omuni yan nyina nsu bako but omu skema na mo ma mind uko say we are waiting for money from the Ministry of Finance, we are waiting for money from many of the Ministry of the Finance. It is as the cano every permanent minister of Maya. Madam said we didn't with my I didn't with my phone. Madam the cover didn't with my they have nothing to do. The money must go to them so that they pay us. Why will I have a better claim up to December now? You could tell me. Yeah, anything for you want to win in every man become claim. Yeah, mama say we want in the year, we in the year, we say sky as I make money. Yeah, catch me, yeah, mommy. Can I cancel? I ask them because on this scanner. I'm buying the this scanner mom no mutueka. I know everyone and tell it. All these levies they are collecting on any time, blah blah stuff, the be able to do. Mutueka, the car now will be intimidations. Now they are the answer favor. You see, I'm going to say every facility in Ghana, not private, not quasi, not whatever, every facility being 1 million by Ghana, Ukao, Omuniska. Transit for Omagami. Even why in a pretty midi or a philanthropist put me this service? I'm a free. Ghana won't change. Then said that, especially to the private side. Then the Nipana Maya Sabiawa, or private man, Polus. Then I was my Nipapa, and now we get to man, and when I claim to see any child, I may to a car when you get it. It's young private here. That's a Canadian idea, young pay a but what is this Canipano car on the game? Government facilities and other facilities. Omono, a Nipa Bo, a Nipa Mo, was only a my mechanic. Ubia mechanic, on a city in Yasam, on the ECT in Yasam. They say, on the tax force in Yasam, but it's a Duma. El Trua, Nedusa, for medical stores, Yabana Drew, the medical or the medical stores car, so on the car, on Ubia Machinitun. And the members way. Me private man's way. Me be PR from here to do. You try taxes, you don't grow, you be Yamana me. Me Mamu Janaka. Government bosses, they don't pay any tax. Maybe they claim by an hour buying Otimu 7.5 with only tax and they develop your minor. Maybe Mamu Janaka. Adam. Maybe Adam. It's too much. It's just it's too much. The problem, they move here, Casa, you may know Casa here. Many a Kakuya, the may catch a while. Because I did that to one of me. Namutan baby, but the person can now when I would. I can't know. At the court, the piano court. I know what the pony be. Then now I give me a America. saa so wonya bɔne bia adwuma keke na woyɛ ana ɔde ne yɛsɛ aban ɔma NHS fo sika na ɔmotumi ntu ɛka NHS fo deɛ yɛnyɛ mu ni asɛm ɔmonyɛ bɔne bia aban no mɔ sika na ɔmotumi ntu ɛka na yɛda a yɛnda yɛntu ɛka no nyinaa afiri yɛ so yɛso yɛtumi nna bi yɛwura ma no dodo.
Yes, Aboagye Donko. Samuel Aboagye Donko, President, Private Health Facilities Association of Ghana, need 100 points now. Ghana Montie so no asio goy. And if you are that, you have to go so you didn't come here and 7 eto 27 minutes after 8. Let me just read some more of a comment. Then we get on with it with some more also stories from the newspapers here. So now the Supreme Court has spoken on the right of the deputy speakers in Parliament to vote. And either you disagree or agree, you still have to obey it. So the case is closed now. Boating the free Denmark, not the by. Jakujo Chobodoma Dentasi says Ghanaians NDC party in opposition must give us a break. What did they do when they were in power? The Supreme Court ruling on e-levy clearly shows that former President Mahama and his NDC member of parliament are a problem to our educational system. Ruling on e-levy. Which ruling on e-levy? But you're ruling by e-levy. My, you be on e-levy. But you need back when me black Pacho. Supreme Court ruling on e-levy. Well, don't kind of confuse us this morning. Take your confusion away. Follow Harun Idrisu. Is Harun Idrisu the Supreme Court? If we have the kangaroo court presiding by NPP card bearing member in the person of Enini Yeboah, do you think there can be any fair judgment in the country? Big shame to the judiciary. Meshach Asante from Abusokan. You see, it is unfortunate that Honorable Dafia Mekwe's comment about the Supreme Court's ruling on the Deputy Speaker that there will be violence in Parliament does not fit. That there will be violence in Parliament does not fit him. All right, Mr. Tewo Golf Estate, no dear, no Edibaye. I'm sure you're talking about a comment maybe he has made, and you think that is very unparliamentary or what? Defeat him as a MP. All right. Positive change, Medina. The Supreme Court has no jurisdiction over how Parliament is run. Parliament is the maker of its own laws. Hence, anyone who has a problem with the standing orders can file a motion and lobby his or her way or her colleagues to support. That's positive change. But I must also know that Parliament is not above the Constitution as well. And when it comes to interpretation of the Constitution, there's only one body, which is the Supreme Court. And
Ghana, Muntie, Naman Sanyason, at the Roko Fiaman Homenesu Ejiji Tonton Sansain, I will need 100.9 FM.
Yanko and Yantuaso, Yanin 70B, Delban Kratano.
Chronicle Democrat amede to aso bi mu anu wadu onmunya for Alexander Afenyo Markin. Why deputy majority leader ewo mrahye bedwam. Wonu ene kase wasan so aye mrahye bedwani ma adehyomo efutu. This modia to dwa nada no ene se ei. NDC amayoku amwo mrahye bedwam mo nhwotwe bi pemu dua bo papa. Tese bibibia da court beka enkomu yie no musi court ebu atanchia. Asima mu kedie emu awirempa. Kwasi NDC amayeko no pese bibia ekwode ma won. Enti se anko amo pe na chese bufu aba. Na de wo ka no nyada no ye Supreme Court nsensima wabu a kire mu se. Deputy speakers wo mrahye bedwem betu atu aba na NDC fosi afade enti bida. Olmonya for Alexander Mfema ke say munya aka me yeti. Yo maka no maka.
So, me assure say Montie. Yeah, tiefo amutie say dwumedie bi koso Dubai. Emma Omanpenyi ekra kwa akopie ho ne ne ka ho. So ye pese agi enchichemu kakra sa dwumedie Dubai Expo yi infaso e wo so. Na ba ku bi kura no akra mi hu ye na me yemhye mi kakra. But uduadua mu a ɛsi no kura nim anɔpɛ nkɔdi nkɔmmɔ ɔra Yofi Grant chief executive of Samaya Ghana Investment Promotion Council Yofi adase mu akɔ ababa ni TFM so anɔpɛ.
Oh, thank you very much. That's it there.
Mpomwe. Okay. Maba na muda so Dubai.
That's one I am back.
Oh. Enti dwumadie no mfa say expo no bibia akɔ na wie ye ana Ghana bia mokɔ delegation na mokɔ na moba.
Delegation na ko na but yeah but fie na
no correct. So ya nim na bia ye fi se o. Dwumadie ya so ampanifo na bia mukɔ Dubai e kakra na mokɔ akɔbɔ Ghana. Emfaso a wasa Dubai Expo enti ampanifo ma mpanyin nyina di mu a mokɔ ye ene sempa emfaso no ene sem de enti na esi etimi efiri ha se okay ye kɔ dwumadie bi sei no.
Yo Dubai Expo na global exhibition yes every number of years now. This year the better Dubai so. Now this year DNO has been the biggest. 192 countries were represented. It is a person who be our we are for investment in discussion in Libya. And now bet me. Every country there one Ghana was on the 8th of March. And take Dubai and UAE government send the invitation my president. On by grace occasion because Ghana Day flag raising. That was very, very good. Now we say for so Ben they say there's been a lot of disruption. Things have changed. COVID by the economy be our the opportunity there, you can form new relationships, find new markets, and no better place to buy to do. The private business spend by and on the 8th year Ghana Day, no 1 year flag raising. Yes, ceremony come mobile say Ghana. So yes, we are a leader in the African. Bringing change to the continent in many ways. It's business forum then. The hall was packed. That's the dinner.
Yofi, sorry, but I just want to may announce to a TF4 Muti and teach your share on social media. Said some of the videos, Jumedian Amkodi videos, nibi rolly or a live Facebook stream. Nunti. As you check when you now bet me ashby, and then I'm yeah.
So by a lot of innovation, a lot of change, opportunity. Ghana, the thing for the expo, limitless opportunity. There could be opportunities also. First, there's Ghana. Ghana, so we are saying who say a leader change happening in Africa. They add value to our raw materials and resources. Ghana, to say, the Kobe or Africa investors, they're very interested. And when we share post-COVID, we are still quite active investment destination. Despite the fact that Myanmar people are saying we're all over the world. They wish Africa overborrowed 30 trillion. 30 trillion. This will be to be a concept. A door super. And also, a good fair what we are saying. In fact, even those who are producing, prices have gone up. Every economy is suffering something post-COVID, even more after near Kosovo, Russia, and EU. That's one of the visitors who came and who had to travel to China. Or compare tickets. I see tickets now are cost you by 10,000 euros. And then just inflation, the highest they've had 10 years. In fact, economists are 1 year, trust them 1 year. They are also suffering seriously. Petrol prices have gone up. Many currencies are suffering because the Americans have raised their interest. Your currency, who said Americans are raising interest rates, they are affecting it. Now, see that there is still a lot of interest because Ghana has positioned itself as a gateway to Africa. And on the 8th, the U.S. ceremony, dinner that had the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Foreign Trade as one of the special guests. Now, because to show the partnership with Ghana, the UAE, the one who fly Ghana flag or Belgium, California, for barely a minute. But it was great honor to us. It was great honor done to us, and a privilege for which we are very grateful. I said, we should all rally behind our flag and rally behind the program, that the economic program, I change the country, industrialize the country. One more year here. Yes, Ghana is an attractive place and a partner to the UAE to create a hub into Africa. It's a new year. Who said will be the cost of how much it would be to do an advert of it or share that amount. I don't know where they got that from, but so far as I'm concerned, we haven't paid a penny. We didn't pay a penny for it. It was honor done to the president Ghana for the achievements we've had and for the partnership that we are forging with the United Arab Emirates. Yeah, it was, night. A very high-profile breakfast. High-level business people had breakfast with the president in Jebel Ali, what they call the Jafra one. Very important, very, very national breakfast. But she had top businessmen. In fact, if you look at the businessmen per day, almost all of them were hundreds of billions in terms of net worth and business. One more interest, one more Ghana, more than 25, in fact, I think 35 of them, who wanted to meet the president and tell him that, well, we are interested in your country. What can we do with it? One more year breakfast for about EVN, you call main summit. The main business summit. As I was surprised. The room was full that even people had to stand. This was a great testament to that people wanted to hear what's done. People wanted to see how they could position themselves to take advantage of the opportunities and build businesses for mutual benefit. The business forum, funny the year presentations, in fact, quite a number of agencies came to present what their programs were, and I saw that it was fantastic. In fact, they had a very good review from both the Emiratis and the Ghanaian business people who were there. At the forum, I did a short address to introduce our limitless opportunity. The president gave a wonderful address to the audience. And indeed, this was one business summit at Marco. I saw that people had their attention fairly focused on what was going on. Sorry. It was extremely successful. Due to business people. In fact, people stayed 4 hours after the business engaged. So how important it was to business people were there. Both the Ghanaian business people were there, the Emirati business who have an interest in Ghana and Africa. So it went very, very well, extremely well. We had quite a number of senior business people and businesses there. In fact, they indicated that they needed to meet the president to express their interest in how to come to the continent. We met, we met quite a number of them. I can assure you, it's going to have a fundamental change our business, our business relationship significantly. In fact, Anopeka, one of the biggest food companies in the world, IFCO, just from 2 meetings, one more better factory of Ghana, first started producing in Ghana. One more moving, one more headquarters from Kenya, Ghana. shows the work that is being done behind the scenes. Bring investors with them. Very, very well said. Say, Ghana is still extremely attractive. Say, me who say Guinness. One more movie, one more protest to Ghana. And that should signal to everybody that the country has something very positive going for it. Very, very positive. And despite all the issues in the global market, despite all the ratings and the sovereign ratings that we are seeing, last year, that is 2021, the GDP is expected to have grown by 5.6% from initial estimates that are going to be validated. And the IMF and the World Bank have said that they expect the economy to grow at an average of 5.1% between 2021 to 2023. This is remarkable, and it's still one of the fastest growing economic rates in the world. And so, from many sides, the government to energize the private sector, internalize the private sector for buyers, so they can meet the investors first time and bring businesses to Ghana. Ghana and we can form a strategic relationship which will endure to the benefit through the exchange of technology, through capital infusion, through investments that can create significant jobs and grow the economy. So, Expo 2020 gave a very important platform to engage with countries all over the world.
All right. Okay. But me also delegation to say be a call if Ghana call no. Ghana buying and a ball can GIPC for one and what you call it.
GIPC. Every person who came here was responsible for their own. We only brought those who were key to our function here, but we extended an invitation to agencies. But one of the very important activities last week, Ministry of Energy, they did a very important, very well patronized business forum explaining Ghana's energy opportunity and the partnership that we want. Now, through that, we have engaged at least 3 energy companies who are the leading energy in the region, who are looking to come to Ghana for partnership to produce sustainable, renewable energy, including wave energy, and all that. So, a lot of innovation in the country.
Okay. I see. And yebehu faso bebre enya ade bia obi betimi aka so okay we no yakose sika but we'll start seeing some investment or Ghana hanum saying because of Dubai Expo yakoi.
Oh, definitely. Dubai Expo whether with or without Dubai Expo, still have to work to. But I am confident that Dubai Expo what we showed, the president we showed during the Ghana has reignited and motivated an increase in interest. Yes, sir, Chasu. Okay, I said, they say, Ethiopia is actually looking for investment. And yes, sir, investors, you have to show what you have. Show why they should move from country A to country, why they should go to C and not your country. And Ghana remains spectacularly attractive to many investors in many ways, not just in there, but across the globe. So from it's just not people from anywhere.
Okay.
192 countries here.
Okay. Ni amni be twa to obem se waka wasem ba mbese osisu biu mami. Sa mfoni a yehu ye da bonten se Bush Khalifa dan tintin esi ono. Ebi se yekotu almost about $60,000 ena yedi nya advert no mo de Ghana flag ne de ball ho no. Wo si yentua hwe.
Yeah, be yentua hwe. But even shouldn't we be proud to see our flag flying in the tallest building in the world in Dubai? Shouldn't we be proud as a country? Shouldn't we rally behind them? So we didn't pay for it. It was an honor done to us.
Oh, okay.
But I'm surprised that it should become an issue that we're going to spend this amount and to do an advert for. I think we expect that everything to be. But we didn't spend a penny.
Oh, okay. All right. Because I've seen some of these postings over here social media as well. Just we spent almost close to about $68,000 for just.
Somebody just, for the initial one I saw, somebody just went to research Google. No, who say, hey, this is the cost that happened. But no, that was not.
And you say it was
so,
an honor done to us. Oh, so why not yes honor? Because it being so they are insisting say when tia woman yes I the way mount.
oh, that be out. That Kapana Mukai, you want to buy now. They don't know. I mean, why did they hotel to find for it? We didn't pay for it. We haven't spent a penny. We didn't spend a penny on it. I can tell you that.
So why not yeah the chairs are no?
The government of Dubai.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Kofi, you better say anything.
Indeed, I'm happy to say that once we were there, we thought it was a good surprise. President, I thought it was the president.
Oh, okay.
And for the people of Ghana, because it shows that we have a certain standing, the UAE government. They believe that it's an important enough relationship. And so I don't know why they are saying Ghana wants to pay for it, because they are GIP, didn't pay for anything. We organized the dinner.
And you know for a fact that we didn't pay a dime, a peswa in traffic.
I know that we haven't paid a dime.
All right. Right, if you grant you better see the BCSC. That's the Chief Executive Officer of Ghana Investment Promotion Council, and pay need 100.9 and only a dean come Dubai Expo. And Timwa more than namno was saying you more evidence be and pampio munsan famrana and yen fan pimpium and fan pimpim and pennyfui. One we see in Tiahe, in Tia Tro, in Tia Simpoa. Say be a woo ya, and in a dancing team BC Dubai. A Montie no so them say na Nancy ya ko Dubai Expo and ye be yes my be me and Sebi and na nti hu na say bi apeso hu sani ade ne city ada Facebook cross see ya live stream na betimi ahwe bi mo amu hu ye no nti omo de Ghana flag yi koto red gold green adan tin e bi cross we asisi ya no ne adan a wapa wa asasi so hanum say and na Ghana flag yi omo de abobo ho sa it say a light a song kania and a song kania na sa red gold green bear sima bear yana ebi no say you could try bear $68,000 any idea sadia na $68,000 no the over converti abasisi Ghana scanum dia e sika pa hundreds of thousands of Ghana cedis but ora you figure say into ahwe munya ni amokan. JDM has hit the nail right on the head by saying Supreme Court is setting dangerous precedent. The ruling has nothing to do with law. It is so political for the support of e-levy. Alaji Willie P. Fiekuma NOD NOD Yahuza and so was I'll say the legislature is a servant to the constitution. Therefore, parliament is not about the laws of the land. And it is erroneous on the part of the NDC MPs to suggest that the Supreme Court ruling on the deputy speakers does amount to the interference of the works of the legislature. Yahuza, Swame, NOD, NOD, Anobai. Kenyans, 2024, we need to change all our MPs because some of them don't deserve to be in parliament. Amweni Fita, Asamankasi, NOD, NOD, Bai. That's a word. Kiamwa Boatin, Ablekuma Central. John Mama should behave like a statesman rather than he's sounding like a foot soldier. Is he saying that he knows better than our learned justice? Nane Kiamwa Boatin. Mukaila Jonas Adiya from Kiri says, fellow Ghanaians, is a stated fact. Globally, times are hard regardless to the policies and programs being rolled out by government. It's important, this undisputable fact, that advise everyone to rally behind NPP as a party to continue beyond 2024. So that if for nothing at all, the path of industrialization which President Akufo-Addo has set Ghana on, will see the light of day. Oh, yes,
Ghana Montie, na mansanya so. Adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Honorable Inus Afusenia, former member of Parliament, Tamale Central, Oyemrenim ni Yankodi Nkomo kakra, Asama Supreme Court, Eken, Emwaya Wamudi Abbey, Judgment. Honorable Yadasimu Akwa Bani TFM Sanofi. Boko Honorable Sir. So, Supreme Court Akasa, Justice Abdullah, the Assembly Court down here, Supreme Court, one share Ghana Constitution Article 102 ni 104 no. Edian pa ni nchichim no Supreme Court ababe chichim. Nchemu amode bae Senator Honorable as imrenim ni.
Well, first of all, Supreme Court omo decision no and then reason the judgment no be pie. I'm commenting based on idea the Omukaya ruling the Omukaya. Now, Justice Abdullah narrated no invoking the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court to interpret the Constitution and now execute declaration. This Adenova
Okay.
But on the face of it, because what kind Article 102? What kind Article 104? Mr. Who can Article 102 know what you are saying now?
And the above Brofuno, the Hope Fair Metias here.
Good. Who can Article 104 know what you are saying now?
Metias here.
Good. So, what is the interpretative, what is the ambiguity that calls for interpretation? Because interpretative jurisdiction of the Supreme Court no, is invoked where a provision of a statute or the Constitution, in this particular case gives two meanings, two or more meanings, or where the provisions are captured, its plain meaning will lead to absurdity. That's where the jurisdiction is invoked. Now,
but and yes, Annie, are we not faced with that absurdity because you have one party interpreting it in their own understanding?
No.
Another
that's
party.
Not absurdity. Absurdity is not the personal idiosyncrasies of somebody. If there are personal idiosyncrasies of somebody, is that provision capable of more than one interpretation? That's a test. That's the basic test. That's the basic test. The Constitution, you are trauma Supreme Court. The trauma as Ghanaians. It is no enemy to be able to read and understand the Constitution. Number two, there were three arms of government. There were the executive, there were the judiciary, there were the legislature. And who call secondary school, you will come across the doctrine of separation of powers. So one arm of government cannot interfere in the internal workings of another arm of government. That is the principle. That's the principle of separation of powers. Internal workings of another arm of government, you can't interfere. And there's a maxim, a Latin maxim, a legal maxim that goes like this: Quando aliquid a prohibitor ex director, prohibitor e par obligo. Whatever you can't do directly, you can't do indirectly. Now, Minia, let me show you how the Supreme Court has attempted to indirectly interfere into the internal workings of Parliament. Parliament's internal workings are regulated by the standing orders of Parliament. In the standing orders, the first thing you do is prayer. After prayers, you do vote and proceedings. After proceedings, the communication from the president. After communication, all is there. That's the internal workings of the parliament. For instance, there was provision which shows when you can raise a matter of privilege. Yes, sir, parliament ever call after prayers and you get up and you are raising privilege. No, you'll be out of order. There was provision. They actually went to bring a matter of public importance. There were a provision. They actually went to move a half-hour motion. That's the internal workings of parliament. So, Order 109 is a part of the standing orders of parliament. Now, standing orders of parliament, yes, standing orders, let's see. It is only the speaker. It is only the speaker of parliament who has exclusive jurisdiction to interpret the standing orders. What simply means is that standing orders, says, I did the speaker, but can't afford a find out what you from court. Now, the Supreme Court, sitting at the Christianburg Road, have said that Order 1093 is unconstitutional. They are indirectly determining how Parliament must conduct its business. And interference in Parliament.
Ebise enyesanetie.
Now,
that Parliament is not above the Constitution of Ghana.
Oh, nobody has said that Parliament is above the Constitution. How can somebody, a creature of the Constitution, be above the Constitution? How can a creature of the Constitution? Anybody who makes that judgment is lame. It is the Constitution that created Parliament. It is the Constitution that created the judiciary. It is the Constitution that created the executive. So how can a creature of the Constitution be above the Constitution? It's a lame argument. The limits imposed by the Constitution on the various arms of government are the control levers of those institutions.
What the president?
As the president, I'm even shocked and disappointed in the president.
And then?
President, no, you're a member of parliament.
Yeah.
The president, you're ranking member of the Constitutional, Legal, and Parliamentary Affairs Committee from 1996 to 2000. What is that?
Sure, yeah.
The president, they working with the standing orders of parliament. Standing orders of parliament, and then the Constitution and our parliament are of the same age. What is that?
Mm-hmm.
So when did the president realize that standing order 1093 is inconsistent with the Constitution? They didn't have to take the Supreme Court to make a pronouncement for the president to support that. When did he realize that? Let's not engage in populist pronouncements and give credence to what it doesn't exist. Now, as a lawyer, you know that deputy speakers of parliament, and members of parliament, constitutional no two deputy speakers must come from the same party. That is unconstitutional. Because if you have majority and it's by democratic vote, then one party should be able to elect all the deputy speakers. But why is the Constitution saying that the deputy speakers must not come from the same party? So the Supreme Court should rule that one to as unconstitutional because it doesn't accord with the democratic principles. You see, because we know that Parliament and the chair, the parliamentary chair, the speaker, or anybody sitting in the chair to rise above petty partisan politics. That chair, if you sit in it, you maintain order and discipline on the floor of house. That chair, if you sit in it, you are supposed to be fair and neutral. That is why the standing orders 1093 says that you lose your original vote as a deputy speaker if you go and sit in the chair. Because there are requirements, there are values that you have to protect. You can't be a player and a referee at the same time. That is the only condition under which a deputy speaker loses his original vote. So if the speaker no parliament now or try conjeno so not deputy ministers no floor deputy speakers no floor of the house obi aka say omo lose omo vote. Has anybody said they lose their vote? Has anybody said that if a deputy minister is not in the chair, he can't vote? What kind of interpretation is the Supreme Court putting on this thing? So you ask yourself, if a deputy speaker of parliament who is not in the chair can vote, why is it that the standing orders are said that if you go onto the chair, you can't vote?
So, Mpacho, the fact that Modia two standing orders, we said, Okotna as speaker, deputy speaker, Beluzu vote no. Na say bia any constitution no enko. Brana say constitution e fini hu.
Constitution maybe Kosi Aboagye.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what kind of constitution no, especially the speaker side? Mention one provision which says that a deputy minister, when he takes the chair, doesn't lose his vote. Which provision in the constitution are you referring to? So that provision can be inconsistent with the
standing order. The standing orders, yeah.
Which provision in the constitution? Is there a provision like that in the constitution?
Me honorable and me can say me can me tia say no dear. Me who but Supreme Court na interpreting and
na Supreme Court so okay me me bisa wo. Supreme Court dey make ruling no. Na duche. Yes sir. Na asikote. Yes sir. Na ye Mariama Owusu. Yes sir. Na ye Nene Amagachi. Yes sir. Na ye Yoni Kolindi. Yes sir. Na one or you almost say omontrase. Nye Chief Justice. Can we ask why the Chief Justice selected them? Can we ask?
So, who question the empaneling? Who question the empaneling of the bench?
The panel of the Supreme Court is the sole prerogative of the Chief Justice, and you can't question it. That's the internal working. That's the internal working of the judiciary, and that power is given to the Chief Justice. You think that everybody is happy with the empaneling of the Supreme Court that way? You think that? But you can't question it. And you think that it's democratic? You think it's democratic? You know all the people, all those have counted. You can trace their association with the MPP. All the 5.
7.
All the 7. You can trace their association with the MPP.
So Justice Jones Doche, Justice Nene Amagache.
In private life, Doche was the organizer of the party in the Volta region.
Professor Ni Ashikote.
Was the head of forestry department and before.
Avril Lovelace Johnson.
I don't know where he was.
Clemens Jackson Honyenuga.
I don't know about Honyenuga. I won't comment.
Who comment is it? Emmanuel Yoni Kolendi.
Oh, he was in Prempe and Co. Prempe Akufe and Co.
Mayama Usu.
Oh, I won't comment. That is why Mariama Usu over before the vetting committee. Let me be sound to say, don't you think that it's about time that in appointing justices to the Supreme Court, we try to know their ideological orientation? Don't you think that it's about time?
Whether they belong to the leftists or the rightists.
Don't you think it's about time so that we can bring a balance to the Supreme Court? Well, see, yes, that could be done maybe in future, but at this present state of our development, we are yet to. That is why in America, the Supreme Court, the Federal Court, election to the Federal Court is a matter of contestation. There always has to be a balance.
Enti mitiu ya niao kano say ruling is tainted with some political bias. Or what?
What I'm saying is that no, I'm not saying the ruling. I've not said that the ruling is tainted with political biases. I believe that justices can rise above their political biases. I believe that. Because in the first year in jurisprudence at the University of Ghana, no mode of nomination to the Supreme Court was a discussion. And the conclusion was that because of the security of tenure, it doesn't matter who takes you to the Supreme Court. You as a person must do according to your question. That was the discussion that we came to. But this matter has always been there. You remember Atubuga's research? I was at the Faculty of Law at the same time, around the time that Atubuga was there. Also as a student. So this discussion is not, it has been in the corridors of the law faculty for a very long time. I mean, Nia Shikote was my lecturer. He was my law lecturer. So clearly, we discussed this matter. But we came to the conclusions that because security of tenure now, a judge should be capable of rising above the ideological orientations and do justice to all manner of persons, especially when you are going to the highest court of the land. Yeah, we came to that conclusion. But Atubuga's research shows that that is not the case. So I'm not saying that it's tainted with bias. I'm saying that I'm concerned. But I'm using this example in the mind to demonstrate that because it's an internal workings of the institution, you can't question it. And then President selected 2 deputy chiefs of staff. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Or selected or appointed after about 4 ministers for one ministry. Obi didn't call court.
Baby.
And then that's the internal workings of the executive. Yes, sir, is above control. But the control should be within the limits. Constitution says so about appointed minister, he must do it in prior consultation with Parliament. Now, prior consultation has been translated to mean vetting. So if President goes ahead to appoint a minister without a minister appearing before the Parliamentary Vetting Committee, the Supreme Court will strike that act down. That is the limit. So the limits of the Constitution on the powers of Parliament is not on how Parliament exercises its power, but it is on the product of a Parliament. So there are substantive limitations on the powers of Parliament put by the Constitution. For Article 3 now, it says that Parliament shall not have power to do what? To pass a retroactive legislation. Yes, sir. And I want
Article 3.
Yes, Parliament shall have no power to pass a retroactive legislation. That provision, a chair will say, is a substantive limitation. The Parliament, yes, I want to make a court and strike it down as unconstitutional because the Constitution says that Parliament cannot do that. The Constitution, Article 106 says that, look, a bill, it shows you what a bill coming to Parliament must contain and the procedure to take it through. That's the procedural limitation. You can't pass a bill without following through that procedure. You can't pass a law without going through Article 106, complying with Article 106. That's a procedural limitation. And that's what the Constitution says Parliament must do. Must go through. There is a substantive, there's an institutional limitation on the exercise of power of the Parliament. So if Parliament is going to pass a law affecting chieftaincy, it has to do that in consultation with what? The chieftaincy institution. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So that's an institutional limitation. So if you even the executive, you have these 3 limitations on them. So that is how the Constitution regulates the exercise of power of Parliament. The mode of exercising that power is internal workings of Parliament. Nobody has that power to interfere in it.
Na yenya BBC da a case ibia judicial na a ruling on affected the standing orders of a parliament da.
Oh, call ade for to for and Attorney General. Neko kan Justice Sowa the ruling.
Yenya BBC.
They were me say call into for an Attorney General. Naka kwai No, first of all, let's understand that. I did the President Kain, one missing point no.
But say me tie phone and
Nobody says that.
obo no tofa na me tie phone ho a mo ntimi nkoka tie phone atene.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, Coach Aboagye.
Yeah.
That is it. You see, the problem is that this egregious invasion into the territory of Parliament is disturbing because it will disturb the rule of law and our democracy. It's disturbing. Now, finally, let me say that all over the world, there is general agreement that the judiciary, who are unelected officials of states, have no power to determine how the elected officials of states must do their work, to determine the internal workings of elected officials of states all over the world. Why is it that when they nominate justice of the Supreme Court, they have to come before Parliament for vetting? Why is that is so? So they should rule that one too as unconstitutional. Yes, because they can determine that the standing orders a provision of standing orders is unconstitutional. Or they should rule that. Why haven't they ruled? And they have created a basket of confusion. Why in their ruling haven't they said that constituting the speaker into an exclusive institution for the interpretation of the standing orders is unconstitutional? Have they ruled that? So tomorrow, if the speaker comes to a chamber and says that I'm not going to recognize the ruling of the Supreme Court because I am the sole determinant of the meaning of this provision to the Supreme Court, where are we going to head to? That's why, in my candid opinion, the Supreme Court should have exercised its self-restraint. They have restrained themselves from going that far because they have simply become purveyors of conflict.
Entinka mo monji omonka said there be Parliament.
No, for instance, budget no omo passing. But that's a moot question. It's a moot question. It's a moot question. Because budget no, and this for as one side of the house reject here. The next sitting day, and before restore budget no. Then both sides of the houses almost approve appropriation bill no. Appropriation bill no every year. Never budget no. Never budget no.
Yeah.
So if someone comes to say that you should declare the budget as null and void, and then Parliament has taken a fresh step after the rejection and restoration. Parliament itself, as Parliament, consisting of both sides of the House, took a fresh step in approving the appropriation bill in the budget. You have to consider whether the budget has been rejected or not. That's a fresh step. You see? Or they were just overzealous. And one over here, that this is a law. This is things that you must look for in dispensing justice. And you go and sit down and you pass such a law. You make such a decision.
All right, Honorable. Infancy and Yakar informate here for you better to be Medas Papa. Honorable Inis Afuseni, former member of Parliament for Tamale Central, Emrenimni, and Yadine Dean Common need 100.9 Ghana Montie Suno Asiogwe. Well, me penny for so Kunyani no matnasina Yenio Medin Common Kwasi Junior of the NPP and Ambrose Amwa Ashia of the NDC and Pennyfoy etnasi na Yenio Mo Edi and Common. Before I memo makwaba though no my main kind comments in be about me WhatsApp no so and farmer waiting for say I think President Akufo-Addo shouldn't twist the law to suit his political interests because he will not be in power forever. If Parliament is not beyond the scrutiny of a Supreme Court, who scrutinizes the court? Abladi or Efia Kuma Zongo, and what do it by only someone with witchcraft does not appreciate the great things His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa has done for the people of Ghana. Wafake, New Plant Station, and Odifi Abbas Amogubo Ewa Eye offense. So the Supreme Court aired. The deputy speakers sits in that chair as neutral person and not as a representative of his constituency. He enjoys perks and privileges as deputy speaker, which other MPs do not get. He cannot eat his cake and have it. If that is the case, then NDC could have chosen the first and second deputy speakers, Abbas Amogubo. In fact, Honorable Asay Chairman Sabonzu is on top of issues. He has explained things perfectly to Ghanaians this morning. God bless him. Frimpong, Frimpong, MPP coordinator, Aguna Nyakrum. Chief Manaton Sukumase, I would implore the majority and the minority to do what? To out Ghana first, put Ghana first. Okay, I'm sure that I'm seeing out here. To put Ghana first and build a better consensus on the e-levy so that government can have the needed financial strength to make Ghana stand again.
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM. Adawro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM. Atankonnwa prenufo na Kwasi Aboagye darling boy ensem huduo mu adintadua eyi ekugu ewiem a inya nusa Ghana Montie efi neat FM so.
Ambrose Amwa Asia NDC communication team member. Ambrose Akwaba.
Oga zimejuzu.
Na enyemam ti send here.
Ojodi ampo nyame adaroma. Na yede na se mani din.
Ekokama.
Nyame adom. Be ne de Ghana ayeden, Ghana aye hye. Ye won kwane ahoden de, ye beda nyame ase.
Okay. So yan commoners yenjina Supreme Court said so far nearby beto dwai any adwenchira hodo a ekoso na minji bi nso mfi ho wugina hefa senatima yade a ruling no the judgment of the beto dwa no oni omo ya adwen na oni omo nya adwen eto say mintio
yo bago se me dasi mami fa kwanya we na menchia watiefo nyina
tifo josu
am say some Supreme Court de ba be say na sanie no ma be kire se ehu behia se Ghana ha no sebe yemu bebre no abeti mra na se ehu se me ba e constitution da wanim kama eboa na etenetene ma nkita hodie no bibia aye kama ni nyina ye Ghana nkunim die nani a yebehunu de ekọ ne de eba na ensema hodo a edi ahwire ni nyina no etumi a kirekirim ama Ghana fo atiase enti ni nyina ye me de Supreme Court nsema o mo de ba no brakosi na enye me nwanwa na enye me nwanwa kire se wo hwe ensem a eya amanyosem a America kra atwa mi no atwa afa Supreme Court wa enye nwanwa ewo ansema Supreme Court abeka ho but ye nwanwa kakra ni eba na ni alaji ni sanfuseni na edi nkomo sanse mi na nkani se Supreme Court mpo oje sanse mi de madwene kire mi se na nka nya ne dabre no the court reasoned that the court do not and cannot inquire into how Parliament went about its business under Articles 96, 97, 99, 103, and 104 of the Constitution 1979 conferred on Parliament. Freedom of speech and of debate and of proceedings in Parliament are absolutely the preserve of Parliament. Way 24 versus Attorney General. Omo decided case no 1979, but report no by 1980. Because the nature nyane say under 24 versus Attorney General. Ora 24 the Attorney General no court. Say Parliament averted that time Chief Justice ani efre no Akpalu. Na omo verted no omo anyi na ntum. But na 1979 Constitution no aka say na obi Chief Justice. Mena nim 1979 no ansa na 1979 Constitution no na Republic, Third Republic na ba no a. Tani pani hunu say yaso any in na way chief justice. But I said, no court no. Your court no can any say. Na chini die bia ni hu say owura apalo. Ampani ampa no kure no kire say woye chief justice na emre ne kan. Enti court no anhye da anka na asem no amfa ho. Your court kan any say saa de no wo kire kire ma obi ate ase enti papa no ampa say woye chief justice. Na mum Parliament anyi owura apalo antum say chief justice ne de. Esan say Parliament wonu ankasa ewo ne mra na wonu ankasa nso eye ne tena bia woye ne newmanti saa bre no 1980 no nyaade a court no wo ho kwan se obeka ye ekoso ewo Parliament. Enti court no ka say happenings in Parliament are a closed book. And no Abraham Mampanyini na Akufo-Addo kasa no or reference Akufo versus Attorney General. Now I am one say Mampanyini a reference here because Akufo versus Attorney General enumpo na a support womo a ene womo ka se na nka hu hia se court no be ma ruling a o ma ye no esan se Parliament de enka ne nante ye no ye de friend the issue of political question kire se the three arms of government, executive, judiciary and legislature womo anamontu a omutu a obi ani hwe obi die mna so womo nam content kro no e kire the friend separation of powers no eno na nka wo se court no timi ye adwuma bra o man ruling na we no I say Supreme Court no apia nani akwa de ekoso e wo Parliament but bragozi de enwanwa kakra nso wo mi say after Omampanyini cite Akufo versus Attorney General wrongly to support the argument and run. But science ko say okoye district assemblies kra no a presiding members aya omoto aba. Bragozi say okansa ana wankasa.
Okay, I say when they sit as presiding members, that does not mean they will lose some votes.
Bragozi no so na nya no kre. Bragozi me no ka say me former DC or upper in Chawes.
Presidings for no month. You don't have, you lose your vote.
No, the upper kind, the Local Governance Act, or kind specifically section 17 of the Local Governance Act of 2016. Now, being chair, baby, I say presiding members or moto about our assembly. And the Nina soft copy. The Modia Mopa Mumie, the Local Governance Act of 2016, Act 936 or so. Na yenhwe said the Omampanyini kan enya nokre eno nso nya nokre enti clearly nsem free Supreme Court by na enya nsem a me de madwene kire me se enka e wo so omutimi sa nsem no e ba abontene se yenhwe na deputy speaker wote akonya mu no wono ankasa anya referee na wono ankasa nso ensan ko na onkoto aba na nya ade mpa na nko se Supreme Court e kan wa se in fact obi di say Justice Pega or yeah, one justice can be now or explaining the idea of the political question. There, assembly a court, a bema, particularly Parliament, any court unity, aki boom. Now I say, obi fi nani edi nani akura obi adwuma wo ye o efi ho de Parliament wonyi court unyi na adwene mfiri e ba Parliament de so onyi na adwene mfiri so. Endi clearly ya de a ha adwene. Article 2 of the 1992 Constitution and I am the say the once I say this Constitution shall be the supreme law of Ghana, and any other law found to be inconsistent with any of the provisions in the Constitution shall to the extent of inconsistency be void. Me who emre bia Parliament ya any Constitution e boy bra efa say Deputy Speaker obeto aba na on to aba me hu Parliament mra bia ni mra bia e Constitution mu a ebo abira. Indeed mpanyifo aka kire say enne na court no de nkyirechire mu woni nsem a waka ni nyina ho beba na mi wogidie ma pan say ta nsem ne emra no ba bia ni ho a mpanyifo no betumi a kire o Constitution mu say Parliament aye mra bia etia Constitution ti per article 2 no ye mo saa de no emfangu but Bragozi adu ba kwa yamwan say okohwe article 104 article 103 101 102 103 specifically 102 or see a quorum of Parliament apart from the person presiding. They say ni panua what apart from the one presiding 102 shall be 1/3 of all members of Parliament chire pefe se nipa no a ote akonwam no se ye ka korom mpo a nyade a ono obetimi afom korom mpo na wabatra korom no akwa akoto aba. Very clear. Very, very clear. Nipa na wote akonwam a preside no. Kan wo mo ebetimi afom korom a won wontimi mpo mfom korom no bi no akwa akoto aba. Enra omampanyini site examples in other jurisdictions using history. Eno nso na enya no kra me kwa ni me kyerɛkyerɛ ni nyina mu ama tiefo atumi ate ase. Enti na me ka se ye kama se ene ye mu bebre ana se sebe Ghana fo bebre no. Nke be ye ya, nke ye bete mra na se ne be ya, we are able to appreciate some of these things better. Na ye nso ye kyerɛkyerɛ mu a kyerɛ nkofo. Why say we standing orders our parliament ya. It was 1093 say eka specifically say the deputy speaker will not have an original vote or does not have an original vote. That provision was standing orders Simu Amaka na who are free Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution. So will be presided on to me for Mokorum no akwa akoto aba. Enti na make cho say me kan Article 2 a me hu de o ho a ene parliament mra bi bo abranti a kwabrane nson tumi ka kire Ghana fo se enya ade a obi ye deputy speaker obetumi atena akonyam na wato abandi agozi ayade a enwanwan ayade a atete eye president bi a emmoa ye constitutional jurisprudence because one here the confusion be bring about parliament but I mean for example say no na brakwesi o mampanyini on man so no mampanyini say o ko jurisdictions bi a speakers ni bi to aba ene ho nkeka ho agozi the decision to allow certain speakers to vote in certain jurisdictions or deputy speakers to vote in certain jurisdictions or not is contingent to the relative experiences of those countries. And so, for an issue like that, we are unable to take it en bloc. Yentimi mfani nyina trasa. Mama want to pick an example. The whole US, the House of Representatives are Nancy Pelosi ena oye speaker our the House of Representatives or Democrats no afa oye speaker but oto aba or original vote about to do say to or kwanya say oto bi in the minds of omo frame the American law no they still will want to see the speaker as somebody who is politically and in every partisan manner very active. Nancy Pelosi was a speaker or Democrats on the side or to aba. Very, very important. I'll say you're taking notice of that. But those UK House of Commons, Papa be your friend Lindsay Hall or your MP or Chori or no your speakers is here House of Commons or United Kingdom. Or no power your speaker only original vote. Or casting vote, say tie, bamua, or breaki tie. But original vote to a year to about on Wodi Mirika to de. And idea will be. There's a reason. Because one more true mombrano ye import to a hold any be by a day. There will be a speaker. Pe Baba any pebia. Politics ya hold one who ya whining in a free home and content crot na kuyum. Then ya beya. Obebua bonkumni ni fa pepepe amadi ye yo ama mrahye badwafie no ta idea no na yede ba yede mu and why we are high speaker na wotena akonyam no technical ohwe ma oye non partisan wonto aba ni bi onye debate di bi ne de ne se obema pepepe yo ye yo fefefe ene nkan kọ akoso e wo mrahye badwafie ho so obi ye deputy speaker no ohuri betina na akonya ni mu se kim na the speaker ntuma no ni speaker atade no ye de ahye no enu nti ena omo fa free article 102 of the 1992 Constitution say sa nipa no won form korompo no akwa akoto aba nti bragosi
na UK example ya now man say speaker no be original vote the oni ba casting vote the district assembly there no presiding there o kan ye any na make kan minim. But this is what I'm seeing. It says, when it comes to meetings, there's a meetings of the assembly. A district assembly shall meet at least 3 times in a year. Oko 2 no say matters for decision by the district assembly shall be determined by the vote of the majority of members present and voting. 18.3 was see in the event of equality of votes, the presiding member shall have a casting vote. And I just want to find out say 17.
And the one who said
so 17, there shall be a presiding member of each district assembly who shall be elected by the members of the district from among their number. The presiding member shall not be the district chief executive or a member of parliament. The presiding member shall be elected by at least 2/3 majority of all the members of the district assembly. The presiding member shall hold office for a term of 2 years and is eligible for re-election subject to subsection 6. The presiding member shall convene and preside at meetings of the district assembly and perform other functions prescribed by law and standing orders of the district assembly. The presiding member shall cease to hold office whenever the district by...
So we can move on.
Yeah, so when you go...
The point I was making is assembly in share. The assembly in share near Twaba.
Yeah.
Presiding member or Tia German on Kotwaba Nibi.
The only time or Tuaba is when there's a
tiebreaker or something. And the Oko UK, the no president Emmanuel. You can check that one as well. And the clearly. Oshe and some no course no. I idea I had. But brother, because then I
maybe 1 minute nowadays.
Brother, because this is here. Then I when you know 11. Because why? And deputy speakers. Yen so month ba. The fourth Republican Constitution shall say you next year, 2023, not 30 years. They shall say you in the 1st January 1993, not 30 years. And then Supreme Court be catch say afa there. Obi a second deputy speaker. And now your first deputy speaker. Okotina akonya ni mu a otimi tu aba. Just because first deputy speaker, he approved budget sometime in November. Okotina akonya wa admit motion. Wa admit motion no. Voice vote ni ba ya. Honorable Muntakaka say yen call for division na yen kan yen mako. Ono AC for free na konwe ni mu akwa akoto aba ni bi. Oya referee na penalty ba wasan akobo. E copy court na we nyina aba. But because he said we lead to absurdities in them. Obviously, I did we nyade be. Anywhere in this me, I should be waka. Supreme Court the mark on masem there. So because he said what they said, what the interview see dan ya bosu na jurigu. Dan ya bosu jurigu. Na agoro no su duru hwa na ebe hu kwan aso aye be bo. And the Supreme Court may have spoken. That Supreme Court, your monster can say Parliament is a master of their own rules. And to do what we will see how.
Okay.
But otherwise, Obusami as an honorable large units of Busene can. We Mrabia. And I say we are ruling be a hard unit. But because you want to say,
but
I don't say a hard unit say. And does the Supreme Court want to rewrite our constitution this? Because this is here, Mrabe pa na Supreme Court ruling way, I can't go our constitution. It's a ruling I'm a junior who mean who baby a free ba. Ebia say ye nyamre na ye kan wo made a wo made beba no a ebe hu de ompeso wo mo kire bat ani na wo hwe mu a because ye nyade a eso ani eye ruling bi a nyame anim ni enye kora enye kama.
Okay. Me that say that Oti Ambrose Amwa Asia Kwasi Bochi Junior MPP Kwasi Atans Kwasi Akwaba
afa woko.
So Montie Supreme Court judgment on the Abetuje on Parliament.
Video mefa akwanya suna machia one amachia me boss ya nyumedu na machia mama Eunice Council of State so born a homodin, Juma, our family, Juma, also contributing a quota to the national development. There was a Bonabaso. Now, you call the substantive issue, no. Let me begin by saying, sir, Supreme Court, in your mama ruling, I can't want to say. Supreme Court is one of the most respected institutions, your democracy, no, ACP, ACTA. It's a decision if we court and it will be very unfortunate, say, a group of people and as a political party will try to play politics with the ruling of the court. Clearly, mete only honorable Inusa Fuseni interview, no, trying to link judges, no, maybe or appointee or more into no, their possible bias to a particular person. It is very, very unfortunate that we would have a lawmaker to be making such analysis because of before I come to the substantives for influence, Justice Doche in the 2012 election petition case, you know, he ruled say former President John Dramani Mahama was validly elected. Oruli and video say about former President John Dramani Mahama share white or then a pamphlet near share white ebosi because Justice Doche had ruled say he was validly elected. Again, just some few days ago in the Asen North MPN case, you know, Justice Doche Kroya sent release until say the state prosecution, you know, and now prosecutors of the matter, no, ebe serve Asen North MP, no, emaye fani mbejina court. Justice Doche sama ruling NDC san celebrity ruling way omu social media commentators ne omu communicators niya celebrate the ruling of Justice Doche. 2 days ago, Justice Doche Kroya bema ruling say deputy speakers have the right to vote. Yes, Justice Doche MPP ni. What kind of democracy are we building with NDC as a political party? Say Andrade, if it went on their part and you're good. If it goes on another side, yeah, not just say we are playing politics with it. A very unfortunate development about I was saying yeah, condemn development. Now going into the issue now. Clearly Miniane Kasan he made reference to Article 102. Article 102 and Article 104 talks about two distinct things. And yet the same. Osha Constitution, Article 102 talks about the quorum in Parliament. Another quorum of Parliament. When we talk about quorum, quorum means an expected number. What's a Parliament? It means and no take a particular decision. That is the meaning of quorum. And so, if you read Article 102, with your permission, I'll just read briefly. A quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all members of Parliament. A quorum, just a nipo MPs or Parliament, they can only form quorum no, if they are 1/3 of the total number of the members, excluding the person presiding. Now let us go to Article 104 of the same 1992 Constitution. That talks about voting in Parliament. So Article 104 plus 1 says that except otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the vote of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all members of Parliament present. And so there is nowhere in the Constitution that says deputy speakers cannot vote. But the Constitution in Article 102 is saying they cannot form part of quorum. That is the members present. Of what the American say. But Article 104 clearly talks about the voting rights of the members. Article 104, there is no way I can say the person presiding cannot vote. Let us get that straight. The law is very clear. Like the president said yesterday, it is in black and white. It is unambiguous. Law is very clear. And you use your own understanding to interpret the laws. Again, the Constitution gives the Supreme Court the sole jurisdiction to interpret the laws. The jurisdiction or the power say Obin Tim Rabiasia it doesn't lie with me, it doesn't lie with Kwasi Aboagye, it doesn't lie with my colleague NDC communicator. It is the sole prerogative of the Supreme Court. And the Article 2 of the Constitution also gives the Supreme Court the power to enforce the Constitution and gives the Supreme Court the power to declare any act or law that may be inconsistent with the Constitution to the extent of its inconsistency, null and void, not just embrano and ya papa. And the Supreme Court is telling us that the Constitution, Article 104, gives all members of Parliament the right to vote. And so if any other law that is below the Constitution or that is not in the Constitution, I can say a member of Parliament be that law is inconsistent with the provisions and the letters and the spirit of the 1992 Constitution. Offer. And clearly, if because deputy speakers don't have the right to vote, it is wrong. And he referred to the UK House of Representatives, saying, Congresswoman. Oh, yes, but you mentioned the US House of Representatives, and then you mentioned vote. She votes because Nancy Pelosi is a congresswoman. She's an elected member of the House of Representatives for the 12th district in California. Kasan Mayedi, please, you have your time. No, you have your time, please. When you were speaking, I was quiet.
No problem.
And so,
let me go because who can't say me what I'm saying, and you are referring to no kind. Until we are now chia na sem. So just for the education. Yeah. You man, just some few 1 minute.
No problem. I hope you give me the time back.
Because may say the decision to allow speakers to vote or not, nation specific. Because you can say, well, I can't say, oh yeah, speaker or House of UK. Honestly, MP, but on to Aba. Because in Manchester, what I say. And so that was the or can't Pelosi DS or MP because or to Aba because or MP. I may say House of Commons speaker so on also MP. And my area be a friend of Choy or UK. But on to Aba. Intimacy a area specific and yeah, a broad paintbrush.
Okay, all right.
Montie, going from maybe I'm still on the Nancy Pelosi issue. Like I'm saying, she's the congresswoman for the 12th district in California, and so she's a member of Congress, and she has the right to vote. Let's come to Ghana. Deputy Speaker, first Deputy Speaker, Honorable Joe Wise, is he a member of Parliament or is not a member of Parliament? Let us ask ourselves. He's an elected member of Parliament for the people of Bekwai. And Ghana Mrane said the people of Bekwai needs a representative. Si our Parliament. I say a bino and I say a minor take decision for Parliament at Bekwai for yen free maybe some Ghana for. Therefore, the Deputy Speaker, he is also an elected member of Parliament for the people of Fomena. Fomena for Tuabama say bibiba Parliament, ne for mining one, if a Fomena form one, if a Sante mine one, or was a Okebi Emani ye. And by virtue of say ya Tuaba more, ya promote your more Parliament as Deputy Speakers. If we sit here by your analogy to say they shouldn't be allowed to vote, you're very wrong. And if they shouldn't be allowed to vote, now say it should be by Parliament. Now it's about the people of Bekwai. It be a Bekwai for a year, for instance. Now it should road minister about Parliament. Now it's about Bekwai for Kwai. Now Speaker new or Babi new na Joe Wise Netima. I say we need the vote of Nipa Bakwama na Kawama ya Bekwai for Kwai. Joe Wise enko kanche Bekwai for say me a deputy speaker anti Bekwai for minti minke bi say muhia Kwai. Is that the analogy we are trying to paint? Is that the analogy we are trying to paint? And let us stick to the law. Offer. Let us not go contrary to the law. Say this is an interference in the work of Parliament. Say Supreme Court, a person chin Parliament. So please, when you're the first time Parliament, I take a decision. Supreme Court, I na say, and I say Supreme Court, at Parliament. This is not the first time in our democratic dispensation or jurisprudence. Offer Obekaya, the case versus J.H. Mensah versus Rawlings. Ebra, ya to Obama President Rawlings in the second term of government. Our car say the ministers or no year in the first term no. So they shouldn't go back to parliament for vetting and approval of parliament. J.H. Mensah, the then minority leader, said no, this is an upfront of the constitution. It's not the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court to interpret the provisions of the law. And clearly, the Supreme Court said no, their parliament person are wrong. The ministers of state must go back to parliament to be vetted and approved by parliament for their second term of office. Offer what he has here again. In the case of Tufo versus Attorney General, the Supreme Court again guided the path of parliament. Was that to mean that was an interference in the work of parliament? No, that is not an interference in the work of parliament. The BB obi adwen so efa constitution ni ma a Supreme Court edwuma say obe guide nipa no. The parliament ye bibi na say e bro parliament ahoden so a it is in the interest of the constitution say obeye parliament Supreme Court no ebe chia omo. Now me particularly I am very much surprised say and the NDC and their leader former President John Dramani Mahama omenya akukuduro eba bekasa about their parliament yake. Now me make as a former President John Dramani Mahama say be watomum because yenya ne executive secretary and then the former policy advisor Bakavomenyo and Professor Atubiga to comment about coup of overthrowing the constitution. This was not even relating to a portion of the constitution. Overthrowing the whole constitution. We didn't get the former president to come and condemn the act. But the legally mandated body so former president na Ghana for say a political persecution and I say political it is very unfortunate. I was a Ghana for near condemn this act, because we cannot build a democracy. We politicalize the judiciary. Former President John Dramani Mahama, he has been there before. Like I clearly mentioned, Justice Doche ruling, in the 2012 election petition case, a ruling man and the former president Ambeka said a political decision. Omambe Kanchire said Justice Doche Ofriha when I appointed saying in the ideology. They didn't come and tell us that. Omu jubilate over the decision of Justice Doche Oka said former President Mahama was duly elected in the 2012 elections. But Justice Doche Asama ruling deputy speakers we have political actors telling us that the judiciary has been politicalized. It is very unfortunate. Again, let's go to the constitution again. If you take Article 57(2) of the constitution, that talks about who takes precedence of each other. Say president in you are vice in the war, vice in you are the speaker of parliament, no speaker in you are chief justice in the war. It's in NDC for more person more deputy speakers, any speakers here the same no. Are they trying to tell us the speaker knew in the absence of the president, the speaker knew in the absence of the president and the vice, the deputy speakers must take over? Clearly, the duties and the functions of the speaker is different from the functions of the deputy speaker. Deputy speaker, if he is presiding, he is not sworn in, and so he doesn't have the full clothing of the speaker. It's an Osha constitution, Osha Article 71. The monument and our speaker no sika the man and then the benefit the man no. It is different from their deputy speakers because the deputy speakers are elected members of the house. Among for to abamo but speaker no constituency be on to abama speaker here. The speaker is not a member of parliament properly so called, or does not constitute form part of the members are or form a part of parliament as properly so called. But them no see no. Etina obekaya honorable Joe Ajawu. Yeah, appointing as a member of parliament, as a speaker of parliament, of vacating his seat. He didn't even vacate on his own accord. In Russia, and say, the seat vacant because as a speaker of parliament, you cannot be a member of parliament. You cannot be a member of the house. Who the say you are only guiding them through procedure, being a procedural referee to guide the affairs and the operations of the house.
May that say Kwasi Boche Jr. of the MPP, was it?
You need to hold for rebuttal. Let me attend to some few issues. Let me to me.
Me too. Just maybe 1 minute. There be because I said about 51.
Meaning I get to a minimum background, but sometimes I say check your facts. Number one, 2012 elections no enye Justice Doche ne man ruling no Justice Atuguba ono na the senior most are not presiding at that point in time then Justice Doche and just for the facts if I see you say fact in Ifrimenya dia e betumi
to also come in because me can be no you allowed him to
2012
it will be only fair say
Justice Atuguba
because he's trying to say Bibi Amaka so I hope say
hold on who Bibi just
this is a fact again Oliver Bakavomewo onye policy analyst ma o man penyi John Dramani ma amada it's not true abronye ne di kan dey say asem no betu dwa enye no kreda wanya adwuma ama ndc as a policy advisor da I was saying nyina ye te sa de na se the next issue you see this adwene Supreme Court kasa obi antumi nka bi no enye no kreda adentina Supreme Court kasa obi ntumi nka bi the asem wo court na ye mu anwie na wo ka the merits of the matter ne see asem no sub judice yes wo court aye kan hwe na wan kan bi ama ankwa ankote anya asem a ya kan wie and that notion is completely wrong but why Rakosi so can in Riakoto a very popular case in our criminal jurisprudence even in Riakoto kra no enya unanimous decision from the court a decision as bad as in Riakoto and again enya no kra say Supreme Court nipa nso atena se abu ade enti de o mabu ani nyina no no kra na say pepepa I was say agitum I mean you to na make I don't know maybe he's still on a learning curve but o kan kire say Joe Wise MP nti say ye ka say ma no nto aba obi an ka say ma Joe Wise nto aba mami man want to pick an example hwe osi koko hwe article 104.5 yen ka article 104.5 then e ka o say a person who sits or votes in parliament knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled to do so commits an offense and shall be liable for conviction. Okay, over 6 no simply the can say that who ye parliamentarian now who business and interest to be more here to about parliament here because you want to be. Go and read it, won't to be. Then no yesu kan say men to aba. And you will say this yesu obi hu kan say man no nyade
me da say
enya blanket say chinchina man to aba but there are strictures.
You fancy I'm saying because otherwise you are going to spend
offer quickly let me
otherwise you better spend it
offer quickly me fear tama talk about let me clear this 2012 and Justice Doche ruling the ruling was 5-4. So if Justice Doche,
it is clear. I mean,
no. But offer. The fact that
was Atuguba who was
but he was the presiding judge.
Please.
Offer, he was the presiding judge. But Doche gave it again. Former case, no offer. You can Google and read for your listeners, please. Let us be clear. And now,
so there's something. Yeah, Ambrose, there's something on the internet too.
Yes, this is it.
I'm just saying that one is also settled. There's something on the internet. It's settled.
So that our listeners will know.
And Pacho, okay, so in Pacho, have you look at the time. Here. It's 50. No, Kwasi. Mpacho, I won't allow. It's 55. Yeah, me and Queen. I can't make it for now. Because then we have to talk about I know pay issue back and also better job. I cry me comment more no so came in the account. Time na me use the account comment in na I mean Supreme Court what's happening? Anytime there's issues between NDC and the NPP, the ruling will go in favor with NPP. I don't get it. Erika Konu ewala pass no the way the buy to this one here from Kwasi Kisiwo Gomwan Crown. I say how would police have taken your 2 key suspects in a criminal matter of huge national interest to go and raid the hideout of suspected criminals who possesses dangerous weapons if you were in charge of police? That's Kwasi Kisi and not the way by. And Kuma Foster Wachima Yerebi was say we have only one rule of law. We are practicing one rule of law. We are practicing as a country. Law always teaches and gives a democratic verdict. Let's support our own Supreme Court. And come foster energy way and what the buy. I think the court judgment is not a big deal because the NDC will apply the same law when they come to power. Right, if you Belgium and no by in Kosovo and Anako Frimpon, East Legon say Ghana's constitution says that taking a decision in parliament only requires a quorum and not all MPs. It says that if 92 out of the 275 MPs are in the House, the country is ably represented. So why are some insisting that 2 deputy speakers occasionally not voting is a big deal? We need to put an end to the suffering we're going through as a country and fix our problems. That's one here from Nkosohini Nanako Frimpon, East Legon or D. Enobai. Miss Elatieku, Kwadasu constituency. The youth in Ghana are calling on the NPP party gurus to bring who you want to make your campaign here. I'm not going to give you a chance to do that. So I wanted us to talk about the security situation. In fact, Ghana police for any armed robbery in Sensemi. So the time no crack up. I'm sure we can spend 3 minutes each now. Sorry, so. Minsha see if you swear.
Very bad. Ghana is safe. And I'm sure say all can be in relation to police form you know. Bullion vines and some no yabo mutu wa sama ho baby. Because in Yamianu the first time who say I met say owura Kwasi fori kasa fasase me ho I am nwa kakra. Because one convincing me wo kwan a police form you no pass wa omu. I mean clearly we hear ni nsemo a o kan ye ni aye. Say no mo boama yachi other suspects na itu akasa wo mo. Na ontimi nchire those guys were under arrest on one or kind. On say enwa conspiracy theories bebre aba. Na say bra Kwasi ye beda na e na gu abontin dey say ya dey hard dwen. Police for no mo kan the executive arm of government. On na also mo boy ho ban enti they are in charge of internal security. Ena mere kakra atwa mi ye hu armed robberies bebre. Bullion vine na ye gi eno keka. Ena police for kire say arrest omo ye recently no. Nkofo bi wo police adwuma ni mu omo ho bon mu. Anya sa na on person omo kire. Theories are ba no kire say akuku dam ni atotwo wurofuo bi a omo da police adwuma na no wanim pa no. Omo na hye sa ankola ya chi a se sa na ti a. Omo hye omo kutu pa ma omo eboa ma nipa bonifuo bi eye sa ne omo. Enti si ebehu na kire nti na ya ka omo nkwa agu. Be se na mienu ni na miensa atwa mi ni. Because ya dey hadwon. Mu se hadwon pa. So why na all tie yachi? Why na all boy ho ban? Because na mi busa what about the issue of the bullion vans? Omo ka say last year by the end of July. Now yenya bullion vans fofla. We di to kano a entimi nka no anameboa. Benya hoden agina na so ebetimi aye adwuma papa yi. But still I said I saw the bucket Toyota Hilux ne hard body buckets here.
There be assisem.
Assisem.
TCR no nya police for ne di omanim bio. TCR ya soldier for. Yeah.
Soldier for him fan as soldier for edi we ni mu anim. Me how many places? Me who be that?
Oh, I've seen.
Me who be that?
Now they use the military.
Oh. Me who be that? In their military uniforms.
Of course.
Never sighted
with
them anywhere.
With a military vehicle.
No, never sighted them
I've
anywhere.
seen me who I've seen twice. In recent times, I was going to Tema. I saw one on the Afinia.
I haven't seen one in Kwasi. I say mostly. What does it? And Kwasi clearly there was security issues. Yeah, address. One said, Abana said about when he said, Obama security. Ama Obia who to me at all. Abana to me and Ama security. Now we do see can am now as Munto. And I say I want to about so I did behind you. One said, my brother Okas and I'll make reference to Asuma Professor Bakai. It was the same thing Professor Tugba. I want to know my him. Petro Bokwa na Kosoro. Mranti enya adwuma anye. And the inflation February there is 17.7 15.7. Now with the full good car mu na ehwim te sɛ deɛ yɛduru ohwim brɛ ni mu a obi nka sɛ ɔho kyerɛ wɔ ahokɔ wia adeɛ anaa akɔyɛ nsɛmɔne. No, that's not the point. But clearly sɛ economy tiache ane ho keka ho a ho kyerɛ bɔ ɔman mu te sɛ deɛ na na do ama ho kyerɛ abayɛ so a some of these things happen. Enti ɛho behia sɛ yɛbɛ address the economic situation in the country. Na yɛahwɛ sɛ nsɛmɔne ene nneɛma a nsɛm fata saa edi ewu ne yɛbɛtumi ahwɛ ne asi ni ano kwan. Na Ghana for enyi ɔmo asomdwe akɔ aba ayɛ ɔmo adwuma. Akɔsi sɛ sorry na ontimi enye na adwuma ontimi nkɔ nye na adwuma ne ho keka ho. Enya de a ɛso ani na enya de nso a ɛyɛ de. Enti clearly eba security a owura dampare ne mpanyimfo. Bebre wɔ hɔ a wɔso ɔmo yɛ. But that police for me na ɔmawu no de ɛho behia sɛ mpanyimfo bɛto ɔmo ani ahwɛ. Na wɔn wu ne yɛmfa no tra saa yɛnya nkyerɛkyerɛmu bia ɛbɛboa yɛn. Esan sɛ me de ɛntini mi yie wohwɛ nkyerɛkyerɛmu ahodo a ɛba ɛfa polisifoɔ no de ne ho a. Enti my last words on this matter is simply that abaya said yes obema security. But at the same time no sa ho kyerɛ hɔ na ohia ema your friend say ekura kɔnom ɔkra no fu no ate asi Ghana fo so a. Na ade a betumi amankofo aye nyoma ani sɛ ɔmo yɛ. Enti government must be up and doing, the police must be up and doing. It is their responsibility to ensure that every one of us is safe and sound about our daily activities.
Me that say because I mean to you Mr. Beto Jonan saying this armed robbery and the fact that police people are involved in.
The security. Minya pacho kasa no mayedi. Minya NDC ni ne kasa.
Your friend Ambrose. Your friend Ambrose.
Minya Ambrose kasa. Say Ghana aye unsafe. Pass what here? Ghana aye unsafe. Yeah. Ghana young. Offer 22nd December 2015. A businessman was soldier for police for me and a call robbery. The matter, the news was published on Graphic Online 22nd December 2015. Who was the president then? That time needed not police and executive arm of government. The boy. And when Ghana was unsafe again. 2nd May 2015, police form you, constable form you, robbery Nigeria and New Wakaswa. Again, it was published on Graphic Online. In 2015, was the police not part of the executive arm of government and now former President John Dramani Mahama, your man Penny, I said, and Santo Abama Nibiemi. Was he not part of it? That time, they're not Ghana and you're unsafe. Ebe related say bullion van robbery, and related to a to be guardian say, or say no more be saying a Makuba. Offer. Let us educate your listeners. Let us get it clear. Or see inflation rate 17.2%. That was what he said. Now, offer that is not true. You can Google the inflation rate as I speak to you right now is 9.9%. It is not 17.2%. You said 17.2. Oh, whether it is 15, it is not 15. It is 9.9%. That is the current inflation rate. Even in the times of COVID,
which inflation is 9.9%?
He said the current inflation rate is 17.2%, and I'm saying it is not true.
It's not 9. It's not.
What is it?
It's not. The last time even they published it was I think it was 15.
I just checked from Google. No, this is it. No, look
Google.
at it.
Where me and you, I mean,
look at the source. No, look at the source from Google.
It's not Google. I mean, go to Ghana Statistical Service. Go to any Google. Go to Ghana Statistical Service and go and check.
To say country now you're unsafe. Obeka ya mean kai tie for ya. George Abanga, no a Peace FM reporter. Our Goso, Bronga half region, our half region. Okoye story be about a month for most smuggle cuckoo. Ye hundi buy in your bone too. Was a Peace FM reporter. And then the Yankase, this happened on 11th September 2015. And then the Yankase Ghana are ye unsafe. Intino, ye endorse a to be a coup comment.
What is this?
There is school.
What is this?
Look at me. Look at what is on it.
Say Ghana inflation.
It's insecure. Anna Bibi.
Again, Ambrose
again, again, in Quanta DC.
Anya Bibi na akọ Google na advert.
Ye boni tuoku ne de
Yankase.
Yankase Ghana aye unsafe. Nti no bet na ha because a few isolated incidences. Akoswama robbery. Of course, robbery any political colors. Mami ya ye boni tuo wa de we had opportunity there and on relative back who contacted me. Maame na da I say robbery no cost stray bullet bi bo maame bi. Yes maame ne da dem ye adwuma. Ma dada na no ye kakra ye bedi. Oni nyama wo table so na de ade. As say no oda dem wo mafo. Why na ehwe nkola. Injin this stray bullet ne ba na biza ni say madam we NDC ni na MPP ni. It's sometimes when we are approaching some of the security issues, robbery cases, we should approach it with the necessary reservations and carefulness attached. Say, yembe ma ni bibia politics because security issues any political affiliation offer because on my new wedding petrol cost say what by in 2015 when they kwashe IMF and EMFA public sector workers edwuma no because yenye ku under your government time na agriculture grow negative no because yenye ku under your government time na a school for enya light emfa nsua ade omo control BC wasia omode candle any bobo esua ade no because yenko yeku and the light wo ho no ma obi ade ye na dwuma under mo government cost say what mani egu ye because of doom so amanfo bulk amanfo dwetire omo koje banks any ade a egu ye because of the mismanagement of the economy under your presidency no obi ka se yenko yeku nti na a few isolated incidences about you are saying say another professor to be ga kokan say yan hwe ni year. It is wholly unfortunate. It is repugnant for anybody to come and sit here to say a few isolated incidences in naturally say mining more but
1 minute March 9 2 days ago where Sinhua news or China inflation is here for February 15.7%. No now they children.
No, but I'm saying the but I don't even have to go to China.
Yes.
And Ghana Statistical Service will home no more update.
And I say on to the almost agree grow by friends negative. The last time I agree grow by negative
Ambrose
and I go for time.
Yapon.
And I'm when you go for agree grow by negative 1.7%. So when I have facts in here. Learn the ropes. And I'm sure.
The be more to before it on say that's it. Time to go. Hey, Brasso say anymore bedin cry. It has been an exciting week. I'm repeating it. It has been an exciting week. At least we have life. So, if your week has not been exciting, it's been exciting for me. At least I'm alive. Oh, yeah, bless your mic. Yeah. Yeda mo ase. Mwenye jidie etie yen. Ebi asu tie nyami shira papa. Ye maye muso. Obati enka biom ewo Ghana Montie su ana enkwane ahode ho a adwode ya ebe yebesen hia pejo da mi adode Magjero se agimai and normal time e chie digimedie de bre mo frame bankron so ne nana ya eboa on social media and YouTube streaming everything live. Kwasi Aboagye, that's my name. I know I'm your darling. Oyazebo. I'm grateful for you being out there. Without you, couldn't have been a success. One Timinka, Kwasi, make